In 2020, the JBL Quantum Cup brought you the best of the best in competitive gaming. Watch this year's top teams compete, play with the pros, win JBL products and cash payouts. JBL Quantum Cup. Watch, play, win.
Hello everybody and welcome to the JBL Quantum Cup. Pristine sound meets premier esports this weekend, courtesy of JBL, the authority in sound, as we have 3 days of action across 3 of your favorite esports titles spanning 4 different continents. JBL creates the most amazing sound that shapes life's most epic moments, and something tells me we're in for an epic weekend, starting with the Fortnite European Duos competition. My name is John Kefalukas, also known as Fallout. I'll be your host for today, spanning both Fortnite Europe and Fortnite North America. And this, of course, is not just a Fortnite tournament. We also have Apex Legends top teams from North America split one of the Apex Legends Global Series competing on Saturday and Sunday. We also got Counter-Strike Go in our Asia region, where we have 2 qualified teams meeting 2 invited teams. And that's what's awesome about this format, right? Both in Fortnite and CSGO, we have invited teams playing in this competition, mostly pro players. We also have open qualifiers, which means that anyone, amateur players of the like, can grind their way through qualifiers and make it to the final competition to play against the best of the best and compete for this prize pool. Shout out to JBL for putting together an amazing format for the JBL Quantum Cup. This is the 2nd annual JBL Quantum Cup. It's become quite a festival before the holiday season here, and I've been enjoying it every step of the way. We're, of course, getting things started with Fortnite in Europe, and I certainly cannot call the action by myself. I got 2 of the best voices, the best faces, and the best names in Fortnite. Shio Wager and Balla TW joining me for this broadcast. How we doing, gentlemen?
Dude, I am so excited, man. New JBL Quantum Cup, new me, new Fortnite chapter. It's going to be such a blast.
It is. I'm just happy to have Balla here. You know, you follow as well. It's been such a long time since we've all worked together, and just feels really nostalgic, a blast from the past for JBL for the 2nd time this year.
Absolutely. I mean, I love working with the entire Fortnite crew, but this trio in particular, man, immaculate vibes. It's gonna be a great time all weekend. I'm beyond excited to watch y'all kill it and call the action, also to be celebrating every step of the way. And let's walk through the overall format and how we got here specifically for Fortnite. So keep in mind, we have half of our duos invited to this competition. They played through qualifiers in November 27th and November 28th, both open and closed qualifiers. They qualified to today. We also have invited duos that will be joining them in this final competition, which leads to today. 6 matches in Europe, which gives us the opportunity to crown the JBL Quantum Cup Fortnite Europe champions. And of course, we'll do the same thing. We'll run it back in North America as well. In terms of the point system, well, it's the point system you know and love in competitive Fortnite. First place will net you 30 points, each elimination worth 2 points. That's going all the way to 24th place, which we don't have on screen here, but keep in mind, 24th place will also net you 5 points per match. So that, of course, is an important thing to consider as we come into this one in terms of how the duos will be playing. And speaking of the duos, let's walk through our duos competing in the competition today. Balla, talk me through what we're seeing here.
Yeah, there's so many good players. Number 10, Malibuka and Sapphic, that's one that jumps out. Jerky and Kinzel. The list goes on and on. Vino is potentially going to be in this as well. And O'Reilly and Vidil, so many names.
Yeah, I see Stompy, Chankin, Jerky, Kinzel rolling in as well, Sapphic inside the business. A lot of these flavors we used to watch in trios, the best situations, or, you know, would they play together? Could they play together? They're now here again, and it's just so exciting to see.
There's also, like, the invited list is so stacked and so fun, too. Amar playing with Reason, that's number 32, you know, the viewing party boss, hopping in with his German compatriots. It should be fun to see how he does throughout this entire day, too.
Have any more all the way on the backside as well. The baby's little toe, very interesting. Excited to see exactly how that rolls, but I think the grab for me on this screen is definitely number 40 on the right there. Chapix and Janice rolling in. I'm not sure if that's legal or fair for everyone else, because that's an insane combination of players rolling through, especially adaptive, because remember, it's a new map, it's new POIs, one of the first tournaments we're watching on Chapter 3 as well, and you have those 2 on the field. I mean, that's going to be insane.
Yeah, that is an absolutely stacked duo, the Scandinavian duo. I'm excited to see what they they can do. They're going to, of course, dominate this competition, or at least expected to dominate this competition. But that's what's so cool about the format, right? We keep talking about it, but the qualified players, we don't know. I mean, maybe they'll stick it to players like Chapix and Janice who are invited. I saw Flick. I saw a lot of other top FNCS Europe players in that list. So a lot of stacked teams. As, of course, we take a look at the prize pool as well to see what exactly they're playing for. A significant $35,000 prize pool for just a day, just 6 matches of Fortnite. Not too shabby. $15,000 for first, $10,000 for second, $5,000 for third, $3,000 for fourth, and $2,000 for fifth. But that's not all. We also have a JBL Quantum Cup Trophy NFT, and it's, by the way, animated. Let's take a look here. Beautiful, beautiful prizes. Not only just the cash prize, but the JBL Quantum Cup Trophy. JBL coming in hot with the NFT as well, Balla.
That is just so cool. The animated NFT. I mean, it looks so sick. I wish I could compete for that as well.
I think we dabbled a little bit in casting and competing at the same time, but I don't think it'll be allowed in this tournament. Balla, that does look absolutely scrumptious. So I'm very, very envious as to whoever ends up with that one at the end of the day, Follow. But I'm pretty sure, too, that's like cross all the titles here today as well, right? Not just Fortnite.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Apex and CSGO as well will also feature that NFT trophy. So opportunities for 3 different winners to get it. And that's pretty sweet across the board, if I do say myself. And if you guys were competing, listen, I heard your comms. You guys were playing duos and warm-ups during rehearsals. I heard your comms. I think you can compete with the best of them. That's just my personal opinion. You already know I'm your biggest fans, but maybe one day. Maybe one day in the future, that's for sure. But we, of course, are getting ready for match number 1 of this competition. We're getting ready to load right in. But guess what? The players aren't the only ones playing for prizes and the chance to win. You can as well by entering into the JBL Quantum Cup sweepstakes. Enter !JBL Quantum Cup in the chat for your chance to win and get swagged out. I mean, JBL is literally taking care of your entire gaming setup, it seems like, with the best sound, the best headsets, of course, in esports. So make sure to enter that giveaway. !JBL Quantum Cup in the chat right now. Enter to win. We, of course, get ready for match number 1. Games loading here in just a moment. But boys, before we jump in, I want to talk a little bit about pre-game analysis, pre-show analysis. We probably have a lot of viewers that are familiar with Chapter 3. Maybe we have some viewers that watched the JBL Quantum Cup last year, are watching again this year, but haven't really kept up with the changes. What's new here in Chapter 3? What's kind of the most important things to keep an eye out for in terms of meta, Balla?
Yeah, I think number 1, the gun meta is way different than I think anybody's really experienced, right? We've experienced spray meta in the past, but that's just like a drum gun. You still have a shotgun and stuff like that. This time, it is completely different. This is full on SMG spray, hold mouse 1 the entire time, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Past that, too, Spidey gauntlets in the business. I feel like they just allow people to be anywhere and everywhere on the map. Also, just so difficult to be able to touch anyone who's in the air using them. So, in general, this entire meta is just move fast, shoot fast, and don't stop shooting. So I'm excited to see some of these aggressive duos, how they fare, and third party is going to be the name of the game today.
So what you're saying is controller gang, you know, on top potentially.
Yes. I didn't say it, but that is what I'm saying. Exactly.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, but no, for real though. I mean, if you guys notice, I mean, a lot of these controller players really playing well and performing well in these current season.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's undeniable the effect that the gun meta has on controller players. You're definitely seeing some of them, you know, rise back up who weren't necessarily there. But we also haven't had that many tournaments to experience the full gamut of, you know, the meta entirely as well. So drop spots could come into a play where it makes it so that the input doesn't really matter as long as you can play an end game. But I highly doubt that. You know, there's a lot to learn still in this meta. So who knows, truly.
Yeah, that's a good point. You mentioned drop shots as well as another thing I wanted to ask y'all. In terms of POIs, obviously a brand new map. I think that's been the highlight really for a lot of people in Chapter 3. Everyone seems to be loving the map. What are some of the hottest drop spots? What are your favorite drop spots? Shiloh, starting with you.
For me, rolling in, I like a classic drop spot myself. Shifty Shafts, especially in solos, feels like it's just an absolute Coliseum battle. But some of the biggest fights we've seen are at the Bugle. You have places like Jonkers Speedway that just offer free cars for you entirely rolling through. And if you want guaranteed spider gauntlets anywhere, the Joneses as well as the Sanctuary, anywhere that's leafy green right now, is offering a lot of free mats, a lot of free engages that are isolated. So all across that right and downside of the map, I mean, it's insane. Balla, do you have any special places? Because Misty is kind of MIA right now, no?
Yeah, definitely a little misty, or missing, but Logjam, Lumberlord, you talked about, kind of has the same vibe a little bit, mixed with some others. Camp Cuddle as well is kind of interesting on the left side of the map, but my favorite thing about this map is the amount of loot, right? It is much different compared to prior chapters, even chapter 1, which everybody's so nostalgic about. I feel like this map has more spots you can land at just in general outside of the POIs. There might be less POIs, but more landing spots that are actually viable this season.
Yeah, I saw our boy Sundown actually highlight one little fishing area at the northwest side of the map that people haven't necessarily been landing on. So just one of many examples of non-POI locations, or basically locations on the map that don't have named POIs or points of interest. A lot of opportunities, a lot of places to land, which is a good thing for competitive. I mean, you always want to give options because you hate to see teams kind of force that awkward 50-50 off drop. And it seems like this map really offers a lot of opportunity to drop uncontested, Shio.
Yeah, it kind of does, and especially with duos, you know, you have a little bit more of an abundance of entities on the map. You have a lot more teams looking for that loot. You have definitely many different pockets and many different ways to move. The rivers on the map are a lot more different than last season. It was all about going towards the center of the map. Now they're kind of littered towards the outskirts, so a lot of land battles actually happening, a lot less hills kind of towards the center compared to last season, so you actually have to push and try for your fights. It's a very different type of flavor, but once again, all the experience people have is arena. It's just pushing people, it's going for fast fights. It's not that big of a tournament type of style just yet, right? So here today, especially in EU, they bring the stackiness. I want to see how they tackle when there's big money on the line and, you know, these set lobbies, the same players are fighting over and over again.
Yeah, and I love that you bring that up because you're spot on. I mean, this is really, gentlemen, you guys obviously follow the FNCS and Fortnite scene pretty closely. This is the first kind of major cash competition we've seen in Chapter 3, right? So really the meta in terms of ultra competitive lobbies still to be determined here, Bala?
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 weeks since chapter 3.
Yeah.
Like it's very, very fresh in terms of what's going on, who's fighting for what POI. I think we're going to see a lot of that today, right? People fighting for the Bugle, people fighting for Sleepy Sound, these types of POIs that people really, really want. We're going to see that develop today, right? You might expect, oh, there's a lot of loot on the map, whatever. Like, we should have no uncontested drops because of how spread out the loot is. But in reality, what we're going to see is a lot of those top duos specifically fighting at a spot on purpose, right? Just so that they can try to condition and get it for future tournaments, and not even just future tournaments. This sets the tone for the entire chapter too.
It all starts here with the JBL Quantum Cup. And again, big shout out to JBL for putting this together. I mean, started off last year. This is the second annual JBL Quantum Cup, which is so cool to see. And the fact that JBL is putting on a Fortnite event when we're all getting ready for a nice little holiday break to be kind of relaxing and enjoying some esports this weekend. This is the perfect weekend to do it, in my opinion. And, you know, none other than JBL making it all happen. Again, big shout out to JBL. I know me personally, I'm a massive fan of the Greek Freak, Giannis Antetokounmpo. I know they have a big partnership with Giannis. I know they have a partnership with 100 Thieves, which we'll see on display in our North America broadcast. So again, shout out to JBL for making this happen. As you guys also mentioned, a little interesting thing in game. Not only is it the JBL Quantum Cup this weekend, but we also got the Daily Bugle POI. We got a little Spider-Man action in Fortnite. Shio's seen Spider-Man and will hopefully keep us free of spoilers this weekend. Shio, can you confirm?
I'm respectful. I'm big chilling. But when it comes to the addition of Spider-Man inside the game, I already mentioned those gauntlets once before. It just speeds everything up. Like, launch pads are still in there. I think a lot of people were wondering between chapter 2 and 3 what would the mobility meta kind of look like. It's still interesting in that sense, but these gauntlets are so much faster than even jumping on those pads. You can really, if you're good with the movement, just maneuver yourself around and not really get shot at all, Bala.
Yeah, I think the other thing to note about Spider-Man being in the game this season is the webs that are around the map, not only in the Daily Bugle, but you'll see them under bridges, far from the Daily Bugle, like a lot of different places where you could just bounce on them and really get some momentum, really get some rotation going in an early way.
Love that. An additional question on that note. What weapons we currently have? Again, for players that are watching right now that haven't necessarily watched or played chapter 3 just yet, what weapons are we currently have? What weapons are in the vault?
There's only one really to focus on right now, which is the Stinger SMG. There's a Mark 7 rifle as well, which is a very fast-firing, high magazine amount or ammunition amount, a rifle that's kind of long-range and close range, but just Stinger SMG, fastest reload time. You can find like legendary variants of it from crows around the map as well. And there's players who are running 4 of them in their inventory, and then shields or like another mobility item. It's insane how long you can stay online and how much damage you can do. The shotguns have been a little bit nerfed overall. The pump is going to change and how it goes. There's an auto shotgun as well, but you really have to stay in a fight for a long time for that to happen. I'm just going to be hearing the same notes being played, and that's just the entire time with the Stinger, Bala.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned the meta already in terms of the weapon, but like breaking it down, Shao already talks about the Stinger SMG and the Mark 7. Those are the key ones. The Mark 7 has the red dot sight that feels a lot like other games you might have played with the rifles in them, and it just beams at long range. In terms of the shotguns, though, they are literally almost irrelevant right now. I mean, sure, if you get it off spawn, you're gonna want to use it, and maybe if you don't find anything else, but it's very rare that that's the case. So you have the striker shotgun that's more like a pump shotgun, like a lever action, but very, very slow in terms of its fire rate, and also doesn't do like the 200 pump max damage type of stuff that you are used to. And then the auto shotgun is like a mix between the tac and the drum shotgun, but probably weaker than both of those combined either as well. So definitely want to avoid picking one of those up unless you absolutely have to, or maybe there's some cheeky strats with them too.
Yeah, there's also this new addition, kind of a new change to one of the biggest things in duos and solos, especially that can affect the game. That's sniper rifles. They actually have multiple cartridges in the rifle this time. I think it's up to 3, but they don't one-shot anymore. I think the max damage is like 186 or close to that range, where you're left down to a mini. So, you know, Thomas HD kind of crying in his sleep, kind of rolling before he gets rolling on the field. But other than that, like, it gives a chance, a second chance for people once they get hit to maybe adapt, heal up a little bit. It's a little bit more fair. That's what we've been asking for multiple chapters almost on the sniper rifles, but you do have multiple chances now to shoot. That weapon stays online for a lot longer.
Yeah,
I also, John, I want to talk a little bit about like the heal meta as well, and just in general the rest of the stuff, right? There still are launch pads for mobility, but other than that, there are no mobility items. In terms of the heals, we still got minis, we still got mechas, we still got bandages, but we've also got the med mist, right? Where you just literally, you're just inhaling and you could run with that, right? So it's a lot more like Apex, where you could heal on the go, potentially heal in the zone while you're rotating out as well, and it heals very, very fast. So that's one. And what's the other one called? The
guzzle juice.
Yeah, there you go. The guzzle
Not even
juice.
joking. Guzzle juice. Yeah. That's like, if you're familiar with like Valorant or anything, if you get a heal in those types of games, it's a one-off heal, and then you move until you're shot again or take some damage. You're gonna keep getting healed. With this item, actually, it's all the way to max. You know, just base HP. No shields at all involved. But you pop one guzzle juice and you keep running. You keep building. The longer you just stay evasive, the better it is for you.
Awesome. You guys covered the gamut, I think, in entirety right there of all the changes. Obviously, you know, additions of slides and red dots, you know, so again, I love the fact that Epic...
Sliding is a big thing. We didn't even touch on that. Yeah. You want to take that one?
Yeah, it's really tough because I don't think people have figured it out yet. I mean, the mechanical geniuses for sure are going to be like, you know, using it a lot today. I'm interested to see how you actually use it in a competitive environment, like while tunneling and whatnot, because you could definitely get some extra speed with it, but whether it's worth the mechanical investment of your time and energy and attention is something that's yet to be seen.
Yep. Awesome stuff. And that's what's so cool, right? Rather than Fortnite 2 coming out or Fortnite 3, you know, you have Epic Games doing an amazing job continually updating this live service game. Every new chapter, every new season, new content, new gameplay, new mechanics. It feels like a fresh Fortnite, which is great. I'm still, you know, hoping one day we'll get old school Fortnite coming back. But I feel like it's too soon for old school Fortnite. It's only been a couple of years, but one day maybe we'll get a little Fortnite classic. But nonetheless, it's been so much fun. Epic's been absolutely crushing it with the updates and really a breath of fresh air. I think a lot of players have enjoyed a lot of the changes overall. Obviously, meta is different and can be tweaked a little bit. There's some feedback there, but nonetheless, a lot of changes. The sniper change in particular, I think, was welcomed. I will say, though, as a former Gears guy, Epic Games created Gears. The shotgun being non-existent makes me a sad man. But you can play as Marcus Phoenix in the games, which is pretty neat. And the Gears characters, shout out to Epic for always making those kind of cross-title collabs happen. It's been really, really cool to see. But nonetheless, hey, match number 1's getting loaded, getting ready here in just a moment. We wanted to get you up to speed on all things Fortnite meta. These guys covered the gamut, absolutely killing it in the entirety, both items, weapons, gameplay mechanics, the POI, locations, you name it. We're gonna have match number 1 just around the corner. I think we did. Yeah, we're gonna have match number 1 just around the corner here. We're gonna jump to a very quick break before then, though. When we come back, match number 1 in gameplay for Fortnite Europe after this.
In 2020, the JBL Quantum Cup brought you the best of the best in competitive gaming. Watch this year's top teams compete, play with the pros, win JBL products and cash payouts. JBL Quantum Cup. Watch, play, win.
Welcome back, everybody, to the JBL Quantum Cup. It's nighttime in Europe as we get ready for the holiday season here, and we get to enjoy some action courtesy of JBL for the JBL Quantum Cup. Fortnite gameplay just around the corner. Match is loading as we speak. We just got word, so we're going to go ahead and throw to that in just a moment. Before we do that, quick predictions, boys. I want to hear who you think is going to win the entire event. Balla, starting with you.
All right, yeah. I mean, we start with me and we go with Janice and Traffics. I mean, these guys are so good. I can't wait to see what they're throwing out. We haven't seen whether they've played too well in duos so far, but dream hack after dream hack, you already see them kind of dominating. So
nice. I'm gonna roll with Seti and Teak. If they're playing today, it's going to be an absolute powerhouse. They literally 2v3'd DreamHacks if you want to bring DreamHacks into the equation this entire year. So, when you come in rolling, I just feel like these guys will be just be popping off 24/7.
All right, well, there you have it. Predictions for the day. Obviously, a very safe bet for my man Balla, picking the God Squad themselves, but we'll see. Look, I'm excited to see if any of these qualifying teams can do it big. I know there's some heavy hitters in there as well. Match number 1 is ready. Battle Bus is flying. Let's go ahead and jump into gameplay. Match number 1 of the JBL Quantum Cup Fortnite Europe competition is live. And to call the action, we got Balla, we got Shio, the duo.
A new map, new matchup, same vibes with Fortnite in match number 1 of the playoffs is Malabuka and Safik. And man, I'm usually ready to drop a lot of info and history as to how things look for these players in this POI, but it's all brand new. There's nothing, it's a clean slate.
3 teams landing near them here, and I love the strat that Safik pulls out right off the bat, landing at the vending machine, grabbing the striker shotgun, so at least he has something to play with.
Yeah, if you want a comparison to Chapter 2 as to how things look, at least at this POI, this is kind of where Misty engagements would go down, or somewhere near Weeping Woods in terms of a vibe. One big mansion type of house surrounded by mountains. We see Chapix, though, in the feed with Janice just wiping out, I think, almost 2 duos at their spots, so they look good. But for Malabuka and Safik, a little bit of a more slower start.
I'm just thinking like, oh, I craggy close to something going down, but no, we have no clue at this point where they could be on the map. Look at this split. Like, it's already, you could see the difference in chapters, right? There's 2 houses that they just looted, 2 houses up on the north, there's 1 house on the south, but 3 duos are all taking those, and they're already pretty comfortable with what they got because the loot pool is much more reserved. It's much easier to go out from a POI.
Yeah, there's just one less teammate to feed, right? There's one less mouth overall too, so you don't need that much, but then things do get scarier because they become a little bit more close overall. This is Greasy Grove, if I'm not mistaken.
Greasy Grove!
Fast night for Chapix, Janice, and there were 4 teams, I feel like, or at least 3 that landed here. Janice obviously taking out 1, and man, this is the taco variation of it, not the burger type thing. A big blast from the past.
Yeah, but tacos versus burgers, we can get in that conversation a little later. Already got a Mark 7, and there it is, Stinger SMG. You see, instantly picks that up. No matter what he has in his inventory, you're gonna want to carry that no matter what. Oh, Safik and Malabuka are getting pushed at the same time, right as they rotate out.
Yeah, I got the first pick off, but now they're kind of in trouble. Piz and Zagi on the backside. Everyone's gonna be low on mats right here too. I don't know, Malabuka, lots of wood though from that manor, from that house. What a big shot! The shotguns looks like they're still alive. That's a big swipe from Malabuka. Safik low though, so he has to do a little bit more of the work overall. This is a fight off the edge of the map entirely, so it can go all the way down to the final wire. No one's interrupting it. There's no one really in sight. And Malabuka's pushing now. Safik still kind of staying down below. They buy a little bit of time to breathe and maybe even refuel at this gas station.
Good map knowledge already. The chug canisters at the gas station right on the side of the coast. They find the 1 kill and they're out. With the truck, I love that, pushing the lower loot team on the side. But also getting a little bit of other engagements as well makes it so that they don't want to spend the risk to go for this. As we see, there is a lot of duos in this lobby. See what else is available on the map before you really start to commit to full-on W keys.
And they can also see the advantage of playing this map entirely. A lot of the time, especially all the way towards the left of the map on these roads, you wouldn't find much else to really get. Malabuka with this type of loadout could be in big trouble, but he's going to be looking fine. There's lots more to loot. Meanwhile, though, at Greasy, fights breaking out between 2 high profile names. We'll be there in just a second. Another one is breaking out close to what looks like maybe the lumberyard all the way towards that south side, that north side actually, excuse me, but it's not going to be there just for the moment. It's going to be a little bit of a stalemate between B here, his partner Hughes, and the team they're fighting.
It's got the loadout though. Stinger SMG. From the side, his teammates trying to find out where they are from the top as well. Time is ticking for them. There he is. Very low HP, and he's gonna get the knock. Yes, completely melts him, and they find the other two.
Now you can really see the flavor of fights that end up happening, especially maybe at the lower skill side of the people who just might have qualified and are looking to cheese the meta, cheese the way the game is right now. It's just long range sprays, a little bit of shotgun action in between, but it's insane. Is this for the metal here? It has to be. There's not really any loot, right? That's the one thing I noticed on this map when people were talking about it a little bit early on. Metal is so hard to find,
it's scarce,
especially in a competitive lobby. Yeah,
it's scarce, but there's also like a lot more opportunities than you would think, right? There's a lot of fences. There's things like these buoys, right? You would expect those maybe not to be metal, but with the knowledge, they swim out there, spend a little bit of time on it. And then there's always the canisters. There's a lot that you might not expect. You have to really scrounge and plan out how to get your metal the entire rotation on the map.
That's a risk too, because the more you scrounge, the more you spread yourself apart for that loot. Is your chance for someone to roll in and try to pick you apart.
Dude,
What's happening here?
In. They knew the fight was going down with Bad Sniper, Deceptos, Janus, and Chapix. So Safik and Malabuka, I did not realize this. That entire path down with the truck and the chonker tires was built to timing these guys as they're low on the fight.
And Bad Sniper cannot catch a break. I thought flipping the island might have flipped this story entirely, but it doesn't matter if it's a Lazy Lake or anywhere else in the Fortnite map. Somehow he is the one getting third party down bad and in a situation without a teammate to even help him out at all. Trapped inside this box, he finally is able to get out, but it's a horror story inside this house. Half the cast already dead on arrival before the middle of the movie even starts. Bad Sniper's not going to be able to match up with that spray. He finally goes down. It's Safik that picks him up.
It's crazy that was just a Mark 7 swap into Stinger SMG. What a world we live in.
It really is time for sprays to come in. If you thought season 5 was a doozy to deal with, right? This is worse than like Thanos' gauntlet way back in the day from long range. I feel like these guns shoot faster.
They can bleed through builds, everything, man.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that develops. I was actually surprised to see that team in the south of the map who had that little engagement with the common Stinger SMGs actually not opting to just double up on whatever they had, instead going for the metal. But obviously that's important too. One thing we haven't really talked about, I know we tried to cover really all the basics, but in the competitive game mode now, your loot, your materials are very important to be maxed out heading into endgame, because they've actually extended the period for those final circles. So making sure you get the setup now, and then also consistently being efficient is so important, more so than any other season.
One of the reasons it's also just like good to keep it on wraps is because the amount of punishment you receive now for making mistakes, it's not like before. You've seen, I think we've both experienced firsthand. I know it's just arena, but you leave yourself exposed for half a second, you are getting Mark 7'd out of your mind and basically unable to play whatsoever. Good use of Spider-Man's pre-placed webs right there, but the fight still go down. Maestro up inside the box. Tyler kind of wilding all the way around, trying to find a way to help him. Bonezol kind of goes all the way through in and gets a little bit of pressure, but has to go back to the kebab stand for the moment. There's the sprays. Look at the commitment. The fact that people just keep shooting now. The builds aren't even there anymore for that ebb and flow type of battle. I mean, this is just all ins left and right, but how many times can you really make that move before it's too late?
Something to note here is he does have Spider-Man's web shooters, so if things go sour for his teammate, he can bounce very easily, but obviously you have to be careful getting beamed from the Mark 7s too. And there's 3 duos that he's now trying to figure out, is there a situation where we're gonna be able to rotate as the second zone does end up revealing. Across the lake, it's gonna be difficult. definitely curious to see what else is in Kebab's inventory, because they've already used a little bit of heals too.
Rotations should be slightly weird as well this time around. Usually everyone kind of knows and has watched a lot of players make certain types of moves around the map, playing around certain hills more often than not. But
yeah,
with the inexperience of playing in these types of lobbies, it really changes the way things go game to game. And Kebab actually taking a lot of damage right now. This fight might conclude fast if he's not going to be able to face up. Really have a pad if things go super wrong to get out, but this is looking like big trouble going all the way down to wood. Kebab really has to make sure he's switching layers. Perfect, dropping down all the way.
Oh,
but my man is still on his walls. He's not gonna be able to hold him either. This is just drastic circumstances. I would even pop one of those spicy splashes, yeah, just to be able to move around a little bit faster as things go through. Bonzo kind of holding his own, but he's down to just about 10 HP. It's time for Kebab to take a little bit of that weight, but it's not happening just yet. He's so far down.
Yeah, he's trying to get back up to his teammate. Still pressure on his wall. Finally trying to apply some counter pressure, but he's left himself in a 1 versus 2 right now as his teammate heals on the top. Stares in his box. He's fully boxed. Can he get out of it though? No, not quite yet. And there he is with the SMG. The pump shotgun actually connects for 100 to the face, but he's lost his teammate at the same time now, so it's a 1 versus 1.
It's a trade deal he wasn't really hoping for, but it happens, and Confirmers goes right through. Styler losing Maestro. Kebab with Bonzo down now. What happens next? You know, Jerky's waiting all the way in the zone for the rotation to happen to capitalize off of it. Sometimes you can third party in a reversal type of way and still have the benefit. Kebab has a lot of decisions to make, but he needs to reach all the way up for that reboot card as well before he goes.
A lot of reboots available. You could hear one actually right now. Already disengaged. Styler's bringing Maestro back, but he didn't grab the web shooters, so they don't really have a path to rotate in, although we haven't seen their inventory quite yet. He's back. So talk about efficiency though. You saw Jerky in the background with his teammate with the car just coming straight through rather than basing up, rather than spending any time fighting or, you know, trying to take a mountain or anything like that. He just knows, boom, let's beeline straight in as fast as we can with a little bit of cover on themselves.
Yeah, that's kind of like, I think, a new adaptation from Jerky, because usually last season you would see him, no matter what team he's on, staying and bullying as much as possible. New addition to the season overall as well is with those reboots. Why is Styler confirming it so hard? Is there no way for them to rotate? You actually spawn in the air now and have a lot more travel time to get towards the fight, the loot that you were just at, and maybe even get towards the zone. They were very close, so you might be seeing a lot more desperate types of reboot vans being activated and people not really challenging them as hard.
Oh man. No!
Content down. Does Reason get the caster buff now? Like, in comms?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely he does, but can he actually take that caster buff past the Stinger SMG? I don't think so.
Shots louder than words, there's no chance. Iron FDN comes in. Probably gonna see that on the Twitter feed in any moment. Echoes out too. They also kind of keep it classic. They got the med miss, so this is huge for just rotating in the storm and going for these types of fights. You can just stay active the entire time and just use it as you move.
Yeah, it's very nice, especially when you start sliding and whatnot. They're gonna actually try to carry shield, but I don't really think that he can make that work, given how far away the zone is. So one thing he could be doing here, yeah, he could be sliding off of a little bit of elevation and spamming that the entire way to get a little bit of extra speed here, but not quite up to date on the strats. Kebab did go down. We were watching him earlier as well.
It feels like with slides, it feels kind of wrong watching people do it with weapons held in their inventory. I feel like you need to have your pickaxe out. It feels like you go faster with it. I don't know. Every time I see sliding in games, or like, you know, you're playing an FPS, you bring your knife out, or you know, like,
think, right?
You have your fist out, yeah. But it actually doesn't matter in this game, so yeah.
It's still cooler though. You get that effect. My goodness, man. No O'Reilly is video. How do they consistently just have the best loot in the game? No matter what?
Whoa. Hold on.
Oh, true.
Is it the best loot?
True.
This is kind of weird. The colors are there on the rainbow, but the properties of the light beams might not be, you know, what the best situation is. This is weird.
Look, I'm just saying. Next game, they're gonna have, this is gonna be Gold Striker SMG and Gold Mark 7, okay?
All right.
They have a launch pad and shields too. Oh, this just feels wrong. What? Where's the spray? What is this? What is this gun? This ain't what you're supposed to use?
Ranger Assault Rifle, man, a different beat of life. Even a completely different step for Noah Riley Vidal. Usually, especially in this lobby, they're the ones pushing things, right? This is kind of the temperament they learned in kind of the downfall of season 7 and 8 a little bit of last chapter. Adapting this type of, now we're finally fighting for Surge, or comfortable with staying in a base lifestyle. You kind of have to with that Ranger Assault Rifle as well. Link also having it. I haven't seen a single blue AR or SMG in anyone's inventory. It feels like it's so easy to up the rarities of these weapons.
Safik continuing his reign of terror. Got to be somewhere on the southwest of this zone at this point. Interested to see what's going on there. Link's just trying to find any opportunity for a little bit more. Given the current state of the game, 53 players left, and we're only in 3rd zone at this point. Not too concerned about Surge. That's maybe why you see Noah Riley and Vidal be a little bit more reserved as well. And you can see people not opening as much. This is going to be something that they are consistently working on, but game 1, see what the plans are.
Everyone's just waiting, watching. And the issues just like beforehand, you had what, ARs and burst ARs to deal with if you ever got into a little bit of a pickle and you're getting third partied. Now, if anyone does try to push and fight, I think they're just not even worried about, you know, the consequence of the fight itself, but the consequence of that third party. If there's multiple people shooting Marcus Evans at you, you are not surviving, even just 1 or 2 teams. So if you want to make that all in, if you want to go for that full elimination, no matter who you're really fighting, you got to make sure it's going to happen very, very fast. Still snowy too. I mean, you know, I'm one of those lore type individuals and weird, putting on weird things in game. Does the snow change the way people play? Interesting conundrum.
I think it's more the holiday season too, you know?
Yeah. You feel more generous in December
more
tournaments?
often. More generous.
Yeah, we're not gonna push them. Like, let them live.
Ruthless. More ruthless. I'm trying to get my presents, you know?
Respectively. Oh, Maestro's fully back. I'm looking good too. I got extra meds.
I like the position for Lanuf and Cisse. Way up high. It's gonna be so interesting to see where these like kind of god positions are, the Zate Hills of the map and whatnot. Because right now that looks just beautiful for Lanuf and Cisse, though. I haven't seen the map in a bit, so very curious to see where this 4th zone is going and what that means for 5th.
Currently smack dab above Rocky Reels on the map. There are not many landmarks here at all, except for that one hill Lanuf's on. Kinzel's kind of fighting right under it, finds one team. Splash finally going down. The Fury, here we go, we're swinging. And you'll notice the difference between maybe the games you're playing and the ones the pros are kind of involved in. It's just one big glide. They're looking to basically use these gauntlets like half pads. It's really interesting. And you have basically 70 launch pads then, in a sense. There's 70 instances per player to move around, reposition. It's just nuts. And if this stays past that 2-week period and we have this like in the next few competitions, I'm just waiting to see how people end up using this mythic item in any type of game.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me a little bit of I mean, obviously the first thing that comes to mind is a grappler, right? But to me also the Silver Surfers surfboards.
Yes.
Just because of the way that the cooldown works, right? You can't necessarily spam it if you're going for those one shot type of glides, which I think are necessary in an end game.
I mean, the coolest part about this item in terms of mobility is with the grappler and the Silver Surfer board, even launch pads, you're locked into a certain trajectory and you can never really fix it until you go down. With these Spider-Man gauntlets, the web shooters, whatever you want to call them, mid-air, you can Spidey zip. That is the official name of it. in every video game I played with. It's kind of a little bit of the knowledge coming through. You can just web zip to anything around you and change your entire trajectory. You can literally let go at a certain camera angle and change the way you bounce up or just duck down. You can't do that with a launch pad. You're easily trackable. So this is gonna be the first time when people like Hi Chris are in a situation looking at people gliding in the sky, they're not sure where they're gonna be. And there it is, letting go early. You can really just jolt all the way up. You can't really follow trajectory. He misses the zip towards the top and goes all the way towards the other team's box. Hi Chris now in trouble, looking like his off-spawn adventures last chapter, but now it's all just fine. Zetrop will follow him and get there right beside, but this is what I'm talking about. One little mistake, the MK7s, they're active, but they're not gonna find much.
So notice what they did there. There's moving both at the same time in different directions while holding the wall at the same time, trying to make it very difficult because there will be bleed through. So you have to make it so the players have to aim through the wall as well, which is already difficult enough.
Ooh. Noah Riley down inside the feed, so all the passive type of gameplay they're going for, it's kind of going to come basically and bite them in the behind. Not going to be anything shown right there. Link also going down. All these duels are watching in positions of power, having really good types of rotations and story so far in this game one. They're not going to find a way to get in twice or get towards the end game. Noah Riley finally going down the Maskino. Formson's the one all the way up top. Lanu finds Maskino though with the trade, so that big tower position is really good, but it's a max pull towards the left side.
Is that, did I just see Doigby and Kinstar? Wow. In an end game right here, this is crazy. Legends, of course, Kinstar competitive legend, Doigby. Amazing caster. And yeah, they're up. That's crazy. Okay, 5th zone launch pads come through. Sorry, 6 zones. There they are in the background. Surge is active, so that's for 7th zone. And Jerky and Kinsel way ahead.
They wrap in, but a duo spots right on top of their box. Javix is the one who has one of the best positions possible for the moment, but it's Formson who's going to be moving late and with power. Beats right behind him with Hughes, that duo we were watching in the beginning, all the way towards the front side though. Mirza and Snipe fighting box to box. Hiker's right below them. Once again, Zertrov is right there, slightly delayed. I'm keeping an eye on that duo all the way down below. Meanwhile, we see Doigby go down. Jerky takes them out. Kinsel wrapping up Kinstar as well. A little K on K action. Snipe still moving forward though. Look at this barrage into these boxes, but it's a spray he's dealing with on the return fire as well. Smack dab in the middle of someone else, misses that pump with a big spray. It's the duo way today. That's what I'm talking about. Houdini vanishes. And after that, Snipe is still moving. This is chaos on all sides. I feel like I see some motion blur on his screen as well. I'm getting fully immersed in this type of perspective. This is just nuts.
Fully immersed and fully ahead. The box continues. The zone continues, but on height. It's from earlier, all the way from the south side of the map. Beast. That is duo partner. They're gonna get height retaken by Lenufis Cisse. That was clean too. The chop at the same time as the landing, and they will fight back.
Oh, Spotty Gauntlets on the side of B. He has to go all the way towards low ground, but the mats are also running low, down to 200, separated from Hughes. There's nothing to see. Chulex though is still popping up, and Snipe's not stopping. Beast's finally going down. I usually call it rain, but this time it's hail, especially with the snow all around. These shots hit hard towards the head if they're going from top down. Lufin and Cisse, used to the oxygen all the way up top in this atmosphere. They're looking good. Everyone else down below, they're in trouble.
But time to breathe for them as they continue forward. Efficiency is key for them. Using one build, using one layer to get forward, because this is going to last a while. We might be in 7th zone, but Snipe is once again in a box. And everyone on all sides of him, he is controlling it very well, and he's found himself a pocket of air, but his teammate did not. He's completely suffocated.
Pushes forward, tries to go for every shot, misses. Only the sprays are on Snipe's side today. And yes, Mirza will go down. There's a big possibility though for him to clap with this. This is an issue. Everyone else is gonna have Stingers, MK7. He's got a Ranger assault rifle. He needs to land a big pump every time. He's missed the last 5 out of 6. Fury finds another. Bluesy going down to the mid ground. Height is still untouched. 11 different teams alive.
No.
Jerky and Stompy are fighting for it all the way up top. Kinzel is gonna push beside Jerky at the same time. Stompy collapsed, snatched. He's gone. Jerky also traded as a result, and Chulex is firing back from the ground. Kinzel has so many eliminations right now. He's trying to live, survive, and stay up here, but being chopped around. Shiki and Chulex are not gonna stop until he's gone, and now finally he goes down. We have new Height Kings. That's Chulex and Shiki, but how much do they actually invest into getting that position?
Chulex takes it from his old teammate, and Snipe is somehow still alive. This is unbelievable. His movement has been just pristine. This time, though, running into a wall. Unfortunately, the zone continuing to damage him. We're down to 7 teams. Trulex still on height. They find another kill, and now it's going through completely fresh territory. Nowhere to hide.
Oh my God, look at the big split from Hycris and Zetrov down below. Since one's always playing catch up, they have an instant sandwich situation in every single fight. 3 different teams now left alive. No mass on the side of Chicky. They have to just go for the spray. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt a lot, but that's all it is. That's the max investment. Trulex has a few to go down, and Chicky almost misses the jump. It's Chinkin that goes down to the pressure from up top, and the fight's down below. Chinkin's trying to wrap it up on his own side too. Hycris finds another. He's just nuts. They might be doing the damage, but it's the duo down below getting all the points, and we're here on the final 2-team showdown.
There's 2 players up. Yeah, both of them there. They're looking for the Mark 7 shots too, but like we said, Cheeky, a little bit of tree farming, but he's out of that to this point. But they've got them boxed way down. They're working with just a cone of height.
One build in a dream. Hycris looking forward. They all drop down. Trulex is gonna go head to head, but look at the sprays. In an instant, the quad shot to the head. Chicky and Trulex put in the work and get the victory royale.
What a game from them. That height retake at the end on his former teammate against Jerky, but it was 4 times changes. So Fallout, that was mind-blowing. The amount of change of heights that went through.
It's insanity, but in the end, it was Trulex and Chicky who were able to maintain height. You're right, they did commit so many resources to take out Kinzel. Probably a wise decision. We all know what Kinzel's capable of. He's able to hold on to high ground, and then they ultimately were able to maintain high ground long enough, not necessarily needing resources to win that one. They clutch out the 2v2 fight and end up on top, and I think a decently, fairly sizable amount of elims as well, Shio.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of that 6 to 8 zone with Kinzel specifically as well, before he went down, he was the one lighting up the entire feed. He was taking out duo after duo. He was one of the first eliminations we saw at the start of the zone and one of the final to go down. So I'm curious to see exactly how things look entirely. For that replay, though, where did it start? The menace himself, Safik. He was kind of nerfed in the first fight overall, Bala, but he kind of glowed up the entire match afterward. He was taking out duo after duo after duo.
I really like the idea for them on Camp Cuddle to W key over to the coast, but also the way that they use the vending machine, very nice too. They made it deep, lots of eliminations, but quite not the placements at the end of the day. Here's the kill. We didn't see this actually because it was Uguay. That's Chapix in the fight at Greasy Groves taking out the Siptos, but they traded and ultimately they get W keyed by Safik too, so that's a bit of the plan in play.
I mean, it's just tough overall. You have teams with this set hunting type of plan that are forced into rolling into a different POI. You don't expect it. That big kebab fight we saw as well put all mans on a skewer, and past that, Luke and Cisa, I'm impressed at their initial game plan at least. They weren't able to adapt to the zone and a bunch of players falling 24/7 onto their builds, but they had a really cool position and translated it to more height power throughout the end game.
It's actually crazy that Hycris made it all the way to where he was and towards the end game there, based off of what we saw in that rotate. So well done to him. And then obviously, you can't forget this guy. I don't know how he survived for so long. His teammate obviously didn't, but he made it out of so many sticky situations.
Yeah, I mean, talking about immersion, it just felt like I was at a VR arcade and I was experiencing everything Snipe was at the same time. Missing so many pumps, but then finishing fights with a Ranger assault rifle in a world of stingers. It shouldn't be possible, but he made it happen. Takes out Javix as well. This guy was so high up at one point on a bigger layer, but then it was all just down to him, and he popped off right here. We can see Chinkin. That's Spidey Gauntlet. That's what it was. A little bit of adjustment towards the left side for that retake. That's where the doom of Cisse started, and then past that, Trulex took over that big 3-way high fight. I mean, is that even fair?
Come on, man. This thing, red dot, man, that is just crazy. And yeah, the end of this too, with the shotgun combination, too, that makes a lot of difference. I like the high damage output burst on single targets. That still clearly works, but we'll have to see the balance between the two.
That's right. Trulex, the Serbian sensation, doing it big in that one. First place finish, high amount of elims as well. So that certainly will net them a first place finish overall. We'll, of course, keep you updated as much as we can throughout the entirety of the show on standings and results. We will keep you guys updated on that as soon as we possibly can. But kudos to Trulex and co. First place finish. The question is, can they keep the consistency up, right? We've seen Trulex. He's been competing in EU for a long time. We've seen him through FNCS. Definitely a player that has what it takes to continue placing top 10 here, Bola.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We've seen him in FNCS. Yeah, maybe a dip in one season, but comes right back the next. Definitely a cerebral type of player. I think we saw that with the rotations that they had, and then also the last height take. That's something that's very hard to predict, right? When is the rest of the teams that want to take height starting to run out of mats, starting to not want to continue to fight? That's the question that he consistently is able to answer.
Yeah. And that's a good point, right? Obviously, in past seasons, we've had things like rifts or rift fish or other things that kind of make high ground pretty fairly easy to take, much easier to take than you have to kind of earn it in this season. What do you have now? Obviously, Spidey Gauntlets. Anything else, Shiloh, that can help you retake high ground in this meta?
It's honestly just good map management in general. It's a lot easier for these low and mid-ground teams to find good spaces and moments to take height. But we saw it with Chinkin, the Spidey Gauntlets are there. Launch pad's always a possibility. It's just a lot easier to bully a duo on height. In trio metas, when you have a full team split tarping, it's a lot tougher to find any angles or room. Right now, you have to be really solid as partners on height. It's less of a team dynamic, more so you're both on the same page. Because if you're not, there's multiple duos looking to just, play off of one tile, you can just take over.
Yeah, well said. Well, we're waiting for players to load into the lobby for game number 2. As we're waiting for that, we have our JBL sweepstakes. Make sure, again, I'll keep reminding y'all, not only are these players playing for money, pride, glory, but you watching at home could also play and win just by watching. Enter the sweepstakes by pressing !JBL Quantum Cup in the chat for your chance to get swagged out by JBL headsets and the like being given away courtesy of those sweepstakes. So once again, !JBL Quantum Cup in the chat for your chance to enter the JBL Quantum Cup sweepstakes. And we're, of course, getting ready for game number 2. Want to jump into predictions here, gentlemen. You obviously had predictions in the overall tournament. Are you shaking up, changing your predictions at all, or who do you think is going to do it big in game number 2? Ball, starting with you.
I am feeling a little shaky about my prediction based on what happened in Greasy Grove. And if that's the plan for Sapphic to continue to push Janus and Chapix and Deciptos as well, then, things might get crazy. But we've seen what Janus and Chapix can do when contested as well. So I think I'm staying strong for now, but maybe after game 2, if things don't go so well again, then we might have to talk.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen Seti and Teak in the game, so I'm switching over to Stoppy Chinkin. I like the ideas they had in that game 1, and if they're doing bad to start a tournament, they always end up somewhere in first or in the top 5 towards the end of it. So it's all going according to plan, according to me. So we'll see what happens in game 2.
Yeah, according to plan, aka Shai is joining the hype train right now with the team that played well in game number 1. But I like that pick. I like both of those picks. But you're right, Ball. It's an important point, right? You can have a team as talented, as stacked as Chapix and co, but if they get dropped in a 50-50 initial, it is kind of that 50-50. It's a little more difficult for them to perform, even if you're one of the best players or teams in the game.
Well, the thing that's interesting, though, is that Greasy Grove should not be a 50-50, right? It should be, kind of spread out depending on where you're going, get the splits going, try to deny other loot, try to steal more loot. It should be a much more cerebral fight. So who knows? Maybe there's something else going on that we don't quite know that's forcing a 50-50, but I don't expect it to continue prolonged over these next couple of games.
It might be what you were talking about in the pre-show, Ball, of, some teams are coming here to claim a drop spot entirely and they just want to fight and see maybe how another team plays or try to push them out as fast as possible. That could be one major factor as to why these spots aren't getting split at all.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, that's one of the interesting things about new chapters, new seasons, new maps is really it's a free-for-all land grab in a lot of ways. You don't have reasons saying, hey, I'm dropping Holly Hedges, don't even come anywhere near it. You don't have people that have clearly just dominated certain locations or certain POIs. It's still up for grabs, and people want to make a statement. Every tournament, every cash cup is an opportunity to do exactly that, which is, I think, why we're seeing a lot of aggression. And then also, obviously, this meta kind of plays into, W King holding forward left stick, playing really, really aggressive as well, Ball.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, we were talking about the height retakes too. I think that's something that we're overlooking as well, is how that meta affects the height takes and the spam and whatnot. So sure. Stinger SMGs, I think we're definitely going to continue to see a shift and a trend towards just using those for everything, no matter what. And in terms of like who it's favoring, I don't think that we can really safely say that any of the, controller players are just going to take over, but I think it definitely helps.
Yeah, well said. Obviously we saw a little bit of Mark's AR. We saw a little different loadout than we would have expected in that later game. Snipe, who was somehow just surviving, rocking the Ranger AR and a shotgun. We saw a little bit of shotgun action in late game as well, Shiloh.
Yeah, we did. I'm surprised that Noah Riley didn't make it all the way through. I think it was Maskismo actually that took him out. So I want to see, with his God loadout with Vidal on the side, how they can maybe even attack some of these end games. It looked like off spawn, at least they're completely fine. I want to see a little bit of that bugle fight in the early game as well. Maybe some other stuff around the map, because we did tune in with Cuddle, I believe. A little bit of the lumberyard action as well towards the north side. But there's so many spots being fought for on the map right now. It's going to be really fun to watch what happens in game number 2.
Indeed. Game number 2 is just around the corner as we're getting ready for another exciting game here of our 6-game series. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the JBL Quantum Cup. This is the second annual Quantum Cup, courtesy of JBL, as we have 3 titles: Apex Legends, CSGO, and of course, Fortnite, Europe and North America. Fortnite APAC wrapped up yesterday, and I gotta take a moment to say congratulations to our winners of that. Lego Ninja and Vortscope taking home first place in the APAC region over some heavy hitters. We had a lot of our top teams competing in that one, and in the end, they were able to come out on top, so kudos to them. And just got word from production, we're still waiting on a few players to join the lobby, so just want to be transparent to y'all, so maybe just a couple minutes till we get ready for game number 2. And obviously in the APAC region, you guys have had a chance to cast a good amount of FNCS APAC. Who are some of the players that you just really love watching in that scene, Ball?
Well, I'm just really excited to see Looter back, back in the scene, back at his roots, and dominating it again. He placed second yesterday, and that's something definitely to look out for. There's obviously, we have Muzz right now, who's still in NA East. That's a player that a lot of people are hyped about, but in general, Jinx and Worthy in OCE, you've got so many really talented players. Alec, like there's a lot of guys out there who can really fight with the best, honestly, and it's a lot of fun to watch.
Child, anyone else?
In general, the players that are playing well are always fun to watch across the world. That's my 2 cents. Yeah.
Wow.
Thanks.
So well said. And I honestly could not agree more with that. Very well said. We of course had Spiker and Raikou take 3rd place. Bala mentioned it. Sorif and Looter, the duo, taking home 2nd place. Good to see Looter back doing his thing. Suns and Skits, players that have always consistently kind of been on top in APAC, but don't necessarily get as much talk or hype as the Jinx and Worthies of the world, because they just consistently dominate. We saw Brax and Machi. We saw Basil and Jace perform. Lachlan doing his thing and competing. We saw Lockie compete alongside Power Radius. They got 20th place overall. So shout out once again to the APAC region. Kudos again to Lego Ninja and Vortscope taking home first place in that one. But here in this European competition, we're getting into game number 2. If you're just joining us, we'll talk a little bit about some of the players that are competing in this one. We got qualified teams. We got invited teams, and that's what's kind of exciting about this format. Half our teams were qualified through opens, half our teams were invited. Some of the qualified players I want to give some love to real quick, because maybe they don't necessarily get all the hype or gas on the main stage all the time. We got Shine Uzeri, we got Hashira Nogoraki, The Forms, Dinster Queen, Kukizao and Yolo, Caden and Patty. We saw Snipe on display, Kurzo, Pomp, Stompy. TS Chinkin obviously has what it takes to maybe be an invited player. We've seen TS Chinkin do it for quite some time. But surprisingly enough, Kinzel was one of our qualified players. So Kinzel had to grind through, even though Kinzel's a former champion in his own right. Bala.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting actually to see the types of players that made it through. So you could tell how difficult that competition was. If it's Kinzel, making it through with Cherokee, that's a massive competition to make it through. Stompy and Shinken too. You talked about them. That's now Shio. Shio saw some good stuff from them. I think I enjoyed as well watching the way that they took height in that last game. So yeah, it speaks to the level of the half of the teams that we have here, because it's such a difficult competition. And then the other thing too that we haven't really mentioned is the fact that they played already in this new chapter, right? They already kind of know how these kind of things will go. So they've been scrimming, they've been competing already. It's going to be, I think, very fun to watch that crop of people compared to everybody else who might still just be figuring things out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I was just gonna put a +1 stamp on that. Well said, Vol. Well, guess what? We got some word that the game is ready. Again, apologies for the slight delay there, y'all. We're waiting for players to join in lobby, but they have joined up. Gameplay is gonna be starting here officially in about 30 seconds to a minute. Game number 2 around the corner, and obviously we saw Trulex and Co. win game number 1. What can we expect here in early game, mid game? We saw some early game fights. What can we expect here in game number 2, Shao?
You can expect in the early game some contention, in the mid game some rotations, and in the end game height retakes and possibly a victory royale. That's my 7 cents on game number 2.
The 3 phases of Fortnite, courtesy of Shio. Can we make some content out of that? Big shout out to my man Shio. We got Bola ready to cast the action here. Game number 2 around the corner. As we, of course, talked predictions, we've talked gameplay, we've talked a little bit about the meta, we've talked about what we saw last game, and we, of course, are going to watch and see, players like Flick of Guild Esports also competing in this competition. If those that don't know, Guild, David Beckham's esports organization. We also have Hen, part of that crew, and you just got word gameplay is ready. So here we go. Game number 2. Loading up and ready, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready for match number 2 in this one. Bola and Shio to call the action. Gentlemen, take it away.
Let's go. Match number 2 after a momentous swing in the first game by many teams. You can really see the foundation they're trying to build right now on the map with some statues in the business as well. Hidden chests all around for people to find. But what is really the key we're looking for here in game 2? It's consistency. A lot of these teams that popped off in the first game, they want to stay ahead. So it's time to do even better in the second game.
Still going to Greasy Grove for Chapix. He's floating all the way over there. Jerky actually landing over towards Sleepy Sound, so very interesting. I love to see the map here. We get to see how the actual split is going down. Foundation kind of empty. I think that entire southeast corner right now is ripe for the taking, but either way, oh, he gets the Ranger rifle off beat, and that is instantly a good tag on the Ram on the other side. We'll see if that actually is going to be a full split or if they're actually going to take this.
Just go for it. Fight going a different way entirely all the way over. And what POI is it once again? Yeah, Greasy Grove. Have a lot of just action between Bad Sniper's team. Janice as well. Gonna be Janice going down immediately. Frey also gets traded out. And I'm looking at No Way Home Spider-Man with a Space Jam LeBron James back bling on. Once again, kind of insane. I saw once that skin got added on Twitter. Most hilarious meme I've seen so far is that Spider-Man wasn't the imposter, it was actually Batman that killed Naruto. Like, the fact that that's a possible sentence inside this game is just insane.
Oh no. Oh no.
Here we go. Look at Bass. Look at the PTSD. They went off that fight immediately. They got the 2-piece fast, but like he's still kind of checking over his shoulder as he enters every door because Safa could be coming at any moment.
Who knows? Yeah, I mean, it could happen very, very fast. Although the timing was definitely like, what, 3-4 minutes from now? The fight was much more extended. So, Janice and Chapix struggling, man. Struggling. Ooh. Why do you find a launch pad just chilling in a bathroom, man? That is so lucky.
I'm trying to poop where he's pooping, man. Like, what is that? Like, that's just free. That's one of the cool things about these south side POIs as well. If you notice on the mini map, like a lot of the POIs near the north have a bunch of, I would say, busyness to them. Like there's a lot to do in those POIs to navigate around. There's many masks to be had. Towards the south, it's a lot of fights in between. These POIs kind of seem like big points of interest that everyone comes to after their fights in the forest are kind of done. Maybe that's why Bad Sniper is always a little bit scared, expecting people to roll into Greasy Grove, Rocky Reels, even Shonker Speedway. Link though picks up one of his first elims, and we'll keep rocking on.
Did he just double harpooned into that man's box with an auto shotgun? And
yes,
that's okay. That's cool. I think Shia, so far what I'm seeing, we might be underestimating the shotguns just a little bit, just a little bit.
I feel like it's just because I don't know though, man. Because like on paper, like if you just think about it from a competitive standpoint, even just emotionally as well, it just feels like why would you ever need a shotgun if these stingers in 3 bullets do the same damage?
I agree. I'm just saying, these guys know what they're doing, right? It's not
true.
I mean, maybe this is all he had, but that worked pretty effectively. And I have to imagine that we'll see it a couple different scenarios where the decisions lie, but something to note about their drop spot. I mean, obviously they just came over to what is known as Sunny Steps from Chapter 1, right outside the Daily Bugle, is they land at a vault. There's actually a vault where those rifts are. There's 7 of them across the map, mostly around the outskirts, but there is one in towards the center as well. And it's a slightly different mechanic. Maybe we'll see a player actually enter one of those later on and through the tournament, but you have to have a partner to unlock the vault. You can't just be there by yourself. So reboots become very important, and also those off-spawn fights all the more important because you can't end up losing your teammate because then you don't get the access to the really good loot within.
It's insane off of just what you can get. That's kind of why also you see Noah Riley to deal with some insane lootage immediately. And in solos as well, some very interesting circumstances end up happening when you need those vaults opened and you don't actually have teammates to spawn in with. So
you gotta use the guards. It's like mad awkward.
You know, sometimes you gotta use the players. You know, there's some non-verbal agreements, man, trying to get their loot and get out.
Yeah. Little Keys and Bucky classic.
Little. That was duos. It makes sense. Amar Reason this time though, still on the outskirts. They got caught out in a fight that seems like it lasted 3 zones. This time they should be fine. But I do see a little bit of a blue arrow looming in what looks like kind of the shark, but it's not. It's just like an island on the outskirts.
This right near the sanctuary with the foundation statue.
Oh, when the match started too, it was just one duo that was at the sanctuary. So really embodying the name of it. No disturbance, just peace and quiet.
So what is it? It's like a place where Jonesy went to sleep?
I guess. I think lore-wise he got captured. So I don't even think the dude got to sleep at all. He was like underground the entire time.
Noah Riley just fell to his death. Or something of that. Like,
Askino's down, so Noah Riley should be able to play.
He has some secret strat that
oh, okay. Like yeah. Some Gotham City type beat.
Yeah, exactly. Some Fuzzy 301 type beat, exactly.
Maybe Kinstar, you gotta work on your foundations of those builds there, my boys. One wall broken. Whole base goes down.
Thankfully, they're saved by a third party nearby. And he will take the Mark 7 shots. Not quite sure on the connect, but Doigby and Kinstar, they're here. They're ready to play. It looks like they're fighting over a reboot, but it's 2 full duos and it's Maestro and Styler as well. If I had to guess how this is gonna go, it's gonna go well for Maestro and Styler. Given the fact that they got the reboot last time and a third party from the north too.
So there's 4 different duos involved here. Wade's gonna be in a little bit of trouble. Maestro kind of has everything involved, and here's kind of that stinger loadout we were looking at. I guess, yeah, the shotguns are still there for that first boom, or if we can just really find a blank shot onto anyone if they are rolling by making mistakes in the builds. Oh my God. That shut him up real quick. No chance. Just 2 seconds, not even, maybe half a second on that, losing all his shields. But Styler's in trouble now on the back foot. Samak finds a little bit of space for the duo. Splash is also dropped down. Maestro will back up as Styler heals up.
That's really interesting, actually. When you're playing against good players and they have multiple layers within and between them, oh, that was an opportunity right there. You do want that shotgun to maybe get a little bit more damage. For example, right there, if he had a shotgun and was able to sneak that bullet through, it could have been 100 rather than 30. But still, this is going very well. They're pressuring them so hard. And he's almost got all the way through. Couldn't edit the wall on the other side. But still escapes with his life.
I like the space they're actually pushing forward too. It's the reboot van. Look at the spray trade. Maestro, insane. Gets a lot more damage than he got dealt. And that was a 2v1 as well that he escapes. Where's Styler? Sleeping on the job? What's going on? He's finally catching up a little bit, giving Maestro some time to heal up in their own metal boxes. But remember, all the way towards the backside of U8 and Samag right now, Maestro's claimed every single wall. So they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. They're getting pinched between the builds that Maestro and Styler already own. If this fight goes a little bit longer and they keep claiming space, this is just going to be like a game of risk, a war of attrition between both teams. The thing I'm seeing though is Wade and Samag aren't shooting at all. They're not using their ammunition whatsoever. The mats though are going down, and now it looks like they've run out. The shots, the pressure from Maestro are finally seeding a little bit of fruits for their side. Is it going from the top? Oh, doesn't look like it just yet. Helping out Styler from the right. Noah Riley finding Peace King in the feed as well. And Vino's also popping off. That third party finally comes through, and Maestro's in trouble. What is going on?
It's Chris and Zetrov on the side, and they've got a pinch going on this one. So Maestro and Styler cannot work the same way that they've been working out in the open on top of the builds. They have to go with a different approach. Thankfully, though, that approach includes Spider-Man gauntlets.
What did we just watch? Where are they going?
Actually, super curious. Like, where? My job is done. I'm no longer needed on this world.
My job is done, but you did nothing. I am leaving now. Dude, what? There's got to be something here we just don't know about.
Don't leave this POV until.
Ah, yes.
Ah, yes, yes.
The Cray POI, yes, of course, of course.
So you could actually med your teammate as well. So it's not just yourself. So while he's taking the shields, his teammate was healing him with the mismed, or the med mist. You know.
MM.
The MM. M&M.
Med miss reset. MMR. That's crazy, bro. Look at this. Stompy Chinkin. 7 times and 5 times. That's not just their favorite multiplication table, folks. That's their record of how many awards they have won, the first place prizes of tournaments. Why am I finding weird ways to say it? It's how many like FNCSs and DreamHacks they've won, I guess. Yeah.
And World Cup qualifiers.
And World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah.
Actually?
Yeah, it's World Cup qualifiers. That's what it is. Mostly,
True.
right? Obviously, they've got the trio FNCS, but
Yeah.
outside of that, there's not that much more that they've won, right? Something more so than the other side. But yeah, that's most. I think it was what 6. No, obviously it was 4 duos won. Stompy won a World Cup solos as well, like qualifier. So that's 5 for him. I don't know where the rest come from. Oh, and trio FNCS. They're just gods, okay? That's basically it.
Yeah. Pain. The Peace King was knocked by Noah Riley, so I guess they ended up winning that entire fight. It's crazy. Usually, like, I'm looking at the team and I know exactly where they are and what they're gonna do next. But my mind is just in a haze. Because I see this and I'm like, oh, they're at Paradise. This is simple.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Paradise does not exist. Like,
Yeah, fake junk right there. That's where the build fight is at. You know?
yeah.
My favorite was the last game we saw. Like it was I don't know. It was on the coast somewhere. There's like a boat. I was like, oh yeah, Dirty Docks.
Dirty Docks.
Course,
Yeah. Like, wait a minute. You want to say east, but it's north. It's literally above Logjam Lumberyard, which was in the south last season.
Is there a
like
massive like mountain? I feel like it's
Yes.
much flatter, just in general, like on average. But where is that?
I think that's top left next to the lumberyard.
Yeah.
And
I see
then,
it.
yeah, there's like a mini mountain peak as well above Camp Cuddle. So the top left of the map always stays mountainous. And I feel like the Bugle is also kind of an underrated end game mountain. It doesn't seem
Yeah,
that
the
big when you're walking to
volcano.
the POI. Yeah, but that volcano type beat, they go crazy.
Though that was always a really, really tough thing to deal with. Just the way that elevation works. It's like it's deceptively flat and open. You know, even though it is a massive elevation. So if you're not at the top, you can if you are at the top, you can really punish people how open it is.
I think one kind of relief for people, at least for that volcano type of POI, is that there's like 3 splittings in between it. Usually there's only ever one point of entrance, so you can really walk in the middle. Like it'd be a volcano and then very high elevation in the middle of the volcano as well, but there's very, very low natural low ground there now, so you can get away with playing ultimate low. The map in general does seem a lot flatter than before, especially in the center of the map. Usually it's very hilly, or there's a huge landmark like the Spire or the Agency all throughout last year. And the season before that, tilted in the river in between, right? Now it's literally just flat land. It's what corny crops, just copy pasted over and over again.
I'm most excited about end games in the desert biome, right? Bring those like very steep pillars and mountains.
It's a different desert.
Really, you know, it is definitely, but they still exist. They still exist.
Yeah. Ooh. Wait a minute. My teammate's down. I'm really trying to get a reaction out of you with this weight pun. A 2 out of 2.
With the all right, try again because I still like blanked.
Wait a minute. Get it? Because the man's name is Wait.
Oh, okay, I was yeah.
Man.
I was
okay.
I was like, why did you not go for Samug? like
what is that? What word? I don't even know what that means.
I don't know what you're talking about either. So
Wait, the man's name is Wait, so like wait
look
and
at his
wait.
teammate, man.
Yeah, but what does Samug sound like, man? Like Samug up the way, like I don't know. Stay in the bush, man. You have no chance. They don't know about the hidden chapter 3 bush strat.
Oh,
you can actually teleport in between bushes if you believe hard enough and turn your game on and off. You feel me?
No.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Sundown classic.
Hi, Chris. Hi, Chris.
You are trolling.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. No way they're
Can
gonna
he
be this
actually
down
get
bad.
that res? I think he can, right on the edge of that.
It's a perfect fight for Wade to push. He knows it's a solo. It's
Agreed,
hidden by a hill.
but also right on the top was I think what Lenuf and Cisse, so
Yeah.
kind of scary to commit anything to that when they could easily punish. Wait.
Oh yeah, this is the thing with these.
Wait.
They can be used as harpoons up to 200 meters.
200 meters?
210. Yeah, I think that's I forget who posted it on Twitter. I need to know. But you have to be very accurate with them.
Why was that not his wall?
Oh my god.
All right, you do it now. Come on, Elnerts. Figure it out. I bet you what was
probably
happening
watching
right
the whole
there
time.
is Reason was just like chilling, playing his game, and Amar's like, yo, you can harpoon with the college. And Reason's like, really? He's like, how do you do it?
And Elnert's like, who's talking so loud in the other box? Wait a minute. Okay.
There's nice. He's got his SMG out. This is gonna be great. Get in. Get in. Oh, it's just a launch pad.
Just swing. Ouch. You got the gauntlets, my man. Spidey up. Are these dangerous to use? Okay, the tree. Nice. We're chilling.
Hello? You can swing.
It's his first movie. It's his first movie. It's his first movie.
Yeah. Hasn't seen Spider-Man. I get it. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
hasn't seen Spider-Man. Yeah.
Or no, he's played all the video games of Spider-Man where you can shoot up in the sky and
just hit nothing. Yeah. R2, why isn't it working? That was 11-5. We're looking nice all the way up top. Fast Sniper Deceptos have made it to mid/end game. This is crazy, folks. Breaking news.
Ooh, a lot of mats here. Could be a big refresh if he wants to spend it into the zone. He's got chugs to get back up to high HP as well, but Lenif is not going to let him. I like that. Replacing building metal. He's not going to fire through anymore. What's there? What's available?
Oh my goodness. Okay, this might be this might be the god loadout.
Okay, the loadout. You're looking at the loadout. I was looking at the mats. They didn't get any mats from that.
Oh, okay. I mean, they got the pad, they have the peppers, and they have a little bit of a close position to the next zone. We don't know what Deceptos has. Maybe they've split things in a way where he has a majority of the mats, or maybe even another pad.
True. Oh, I like this. Right in the backside. Okay. Good pepper rotate. Still could go for more. He's gonna build in metal right here anyways. And this is wide open right now. He can look at the players coming in from the zone, but it's a cross zone, so it's very difficult to find stuff.
Everyone rolling through builds as well, or right past them. With the Spidey Gauntlets, not much is going to happen. Big pump fights happening in the middle, though. That's Styler, who's still popping off back and forth, it seems like. Fast Sniper gets one of those knocks at least. You have to invest a lot in terms of chug splashes. This is going to be huge, stopping them towards the end of the game. Hiker's finally going down. Cisse, it's more important to who he's falling to. That's Jerky. You give this man a refresh at this moment in terms of mats, in terms of his shield. They turn it into something crazy. Bad Sniper, though, low on materials overall. They might be looking for an all-in anywhere for the moment. Snipe is still activated in game number 2, looking real good. We're caught between a no man's land river, separating two different portions of players in the zone, and one of them, the majority of them, are going to have to move upwards towards the top side of the map.
Oh, Cisse almost got picked up there, but Jerky finally does get credit for that. They're so healthy. Lenif lost his teammate obviously just now, and he's on the side of zone. Thankfully, that's the direction that zone is going to be going, so should be a-okay. Going to the right, where we're looking at right now. Lenif, I love what he tried there. Tried to get the cone off on the other side, but here's our game 1 winners. We've got a nice entryway to place a pad and get all the way past those windmills.
We'll try going for him, milking a lot of time, and many different duels might be passing by them, but no, they still keep the lane active. A very late pad, maximizing as much as they can in terms of mats. They have 2 more inside the inventory as well. They should be making that 9th zone, but as they fly, Styler does also go by as well. Javix is the one who has height for the moment. Mirza forms from so many people trying to control that low ground, but it's an absolute disaster of a show on that layer.
Oh, that's not his teammate. I thought it might be, but he just deletes him. A lot of people close to this box though, so you got to be careful. His teammate goes down. Cookie gonna break down as well. Good layer switch, but no mobility to make it out of the situation, so it has to be another refresh, and he will find it, but still in the zone. Gonna get the refresh? No, not gonna go for those mats at all. He just have a chug splash, and the gauntlets didn't pick him up.
Skips by the gauntlets at this point, all the way close towards the zone. It's very hard to actually get them activated through all these boxes, builds, and layers. Has a little bit to fall forward with, just a few more boxes till he's out of mats. What will Cookie do next? He's running past player and player over and over again, has no ammunition inside that Stinger SMG to really clap. But look at who's towards the top. It's Bad Sniper and Deceptos, who've taken height. Julex Chicky in a very similar position right below them. Kinzel Cherokee also looking to maybe take over that high ground. It's a completely deja vu scenario of that first game, just with a different height team to start things off. Bad Sniper and Deceptos will have to hold back 4 different duos if they want to win this game.
All the way from Greasy Grove after taking down Chapix and Janice. Full height, zip lines available too if they need to emergency go for it. Although we will move away from them. Only 7th zone right now, still alive. Shinken's still alive. Kookie somehow still alive, and he's up to 7 eliminations at this point.
He's just kind of hiding in the shadows of every single player, using the pressure they're making to move throughout all the builds. Stompy Shinken gets separated. Now it's just Shinken in a solo situation. Vino and Rem were the ones to stop him. Cookie somehow is still living here. A huge siphon of mats from one of the players who took down one of the 7 at least to keep the dream alive. Cruzo finally going down. Shinken has his own clutch run running in, but Peace King gets that big trade-off afterwards. Everyone's losing all their shields. Cookie is just waiting and letting the game finish before he gets activated on it, but he gets picked apart from up top. It's Julex and Cheeky. They're not gonna let anyone get by for free. Where's Bat Sniper? He's down in the fray by himself. Decepto's up top. He might be out of materials entirely, but Bat Sniper goes down, comes all the way back up, faces hell in the face, and just brings back an absolute slew of reward in terms of materials. Now has 150 mats left. In terms of damage, repositioning, and action to roll down and through. There's multiple people down below. Look at that beam. The aim is magnetic. This man is just aiming at heads and picking them apart. Bad Sniper with 7 eliminations of his own. He's just using Deceptos as a rock support center to go back with He's just using all the pressure he's building to go down and really deal that damage. It's a 3-team scenario. Jerky picked apart by Trulex and Chicky. Now another 2v2, but this time Trulex is the one on low ground. Can they wrap it up? They drop the Siptos. He's inside the storm. 1 HP hanging out for dear life off the mountain. It's not going to be enough, but he did a lot of damage to Trulex. Bad Sniper going down, looking for a few shots. Has that shotgun. He's all golded out, but he does not have a chance to reach forward towards the sky to even land a big bullet. There it is. 37 catches himself. No mats. Bad Sniper. What's next? The chug splash. Walk around. Another one. Can he beam? It's not possible. It won't be Chicky getting the back-to-back, but my God, man, he almost did it.
That was so close from Bad Sniper. Just a couple of shots left for his HP to actually clutch that out. What a play. But still, Trulex and his teammate Chicky, 2 in a row to start off the JBL Quantum Cup.
Insanity. I mean, you gotta be kidding me. What an insane finish right there. You think Bad Sniper and Deceptos of Gamers Origin have it in the bag. They have high ground, they have control, but it's Chicky who goes huge and connects for the early kill on Deceptos, and then of course following the elimination to close it out on Bad Sniper. Bad Sniper almost clutched up that 1v2 though, Shio.
Yeah, if you had a pump from any other era, if you had a charged shotgun, could be a possibility. But man, no ammunition in that Stinger SMG. Pressure on the line. I think he could have reloaded it, but he tried his best. That was almost phenomenal.
Yeah, that would have been an insane 1v2 clutch. Obviously, not only that, but he's fighting some elevation in that late game. We'll take a look at the replays and probably recatch that late game fight because it was absolutely insane. But of course, Kinzel coming from Slovenia to start things off early with an elimination. Here, walk me through what we saw all throughout the entirety of game 2.
Yeah, I have to say, Jerky, Kinzel, Deceptos, Bad Sniper, the 3 we saw in that end game, basically, the top 3 of that game are the contenders. I mean, what we're seeing out of Jerky and Trulex, all of these 3 teams, so good, and making it there twice, right, is super important to pay attention to how they're actually making it there, because it should be repeatable at this point. 2 in a row, you already start to say, okay, this should happen over and over again.
Yeah, and I think the power came from the pads, 3 of them at that 6 circle to use, and they also just stayed silent, I feel like, compared to everyone else. They picked apart a team in each zone rather than picking apart a position or a layer entirely. If things are going wrong in second height, they give it up. They focus on maybe solo or tracking who's a straggler on the backside, pick up those eliminations to keep the refreshes up, and then make it towards that final fight every time. And they're a little bit more in the game, head-to-head with each other, synergistically a little bit more, and because of that, no duo can really break them apart.
And of course, we did have Cookie picking up 4, making 5 eliminations here, really popping off in the mid-game ball.
Yeah, this was another story of survival. I think we saw the last time was Snipe, right? Who's just completely lasting way longer than you would ever expect. But yeah, eventually does fall and not getting quite the placement that he would have hoped. But if you're clutching, it doesn't matter. I love what we're seeing out of Bad Sniper. The way that he's dropping down over and over and over, I think is very important if you are a high ground team to try to maintain something. But this last 1v2, yeah, you're talking about it. If he had gone for that SMG, it looks like Chicky was out of mats too. So shotgun battle versus the SMG could have been okay, but had to reload, and the ammunition certainly a problem for everybody.
That's right. Managed to get the first knock, though, on Trulex. Couldn't clean that up for the additional 2 points of elimination points. We'll see if that comes back to bite him in the end, because we did see how close APAC was. In the APAC region, I think just 4 or 5 points separated first and second place. So we'll keep a close eye on that and keep you updated as much as we can throughout. But nonetheless, a great job from Trulex and Chicky, back-to-back wins. And I want to talk a little bit about how they played that high ground, though. Bad Sniper and Deceptos maintaining high ground, but they played a little different than we saw Trulex and Chicky play last game. They didn't just hold hands on high ground and wait till the late fight. The Bad Sniper was actually playing a little bit more aggro on mid ground, vying for elimination, Shio.
Yeah, when you're left on height for so long and they're kind of unchallenged or keeping everyone away, one of the consequences of that entirely is not having enough mats to maintain where you are. So as the Deceptos is staying up top, Bad Sniper's forced to go down, get into so many different types of fights, and honestly won all of them. You saw like 3 different refreshes and siphons come in for him. That's why he had 7 eliminations going into that final showdown, while the Deceptos just held the fort with support up top with 0 still. Bad Sniper got the confirmations, got them to that final fight, and Deceptos still did that damage on the Trulex for him to get the elimination almost. I think it was just a good holding overall for that team.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, Trulex and Chicky came out with the first place finish, but you got to give your hat off to Bad Sniper. 7 elim, second place is going to net them quite a few points as well. So a great showing from the Frenchmen, the duo coming from France, Gamers Origins, Deciptos alongside, I'm blanking, Bad Sniper coming from the same region, same area. That's going to be it for us, though, because I can't talk clearly. We're going to jump to a very, very quick break so I can regather my thoughts. But no, jokes aside, we got game number 3 around the corner. We're going to wait for these players to load into lobby and then jump into gameplay here in just a moment. Don't go anywhere because game number 3 is next.
JBL presents The Sounds of Victory. JBL Quantum Gaming Headsets.
Brooke, before you put those on, we have an idea. Behind you. Oops, never mind. You lose.
Where were the footsteps?
Should we leave?
Yes, go.
I'm sorry, Brooke.
Go.
In 2020, the JBL Quantum Cup brought you the best of the best in competitive gaming. Watch this year's top teams compete, play with the pros, win JBL products and cash payouts. JBL Quantum Cup. Watch, play, win.
Welcome back, everybody, to the JBL Quantum Cup, where we have 3 days of competitions across 3 of your favorite shooter esports titles, spanning 4 different regions. That's right, we're starting today with Fortnite. We wrapped up the Fortnite APAC region yesterday. We have Fortnite North America later. It's a lot of Fortnite action spanning the entire globe, which is great. And then, of course, if you're a fan of Apex Legends, we got the Apex Legends competition tomorrow and Sunday. And we have Counter-Strike Go coming overnight in the Asia region as well. 4 invited CSGO teams. 20 invited national or North American teams in Apex Legends, 20 of the best teams in the ALGS. So I'm excited to see that gameplay. But right now, it's all about Fortnite, baby. We're 2 games in, and so far, it has really been Trulex and Chicken absolutely dominating Balla.
Yeah, it's been a complete blast watching how they control the game after about 7th zone. Prior to that, I'm not quite sure whether we've seen too much of them so far. I would love to see, their game plan going through, how they're rotating, what they're carrying, what the ideas are to get to where they're getting.
That's a great point. I'm not sure if we even know where they've been dropping and how they've been able to successfully get to late game. But what we do know, they're playing placement very, very well. They're able to survive playing early rotation, so they must be doing something right. Hopefully we can catch them in the early game and the mid game, see exactly how it's working out so well for them, if they can keep it consistent going into game 3. But currently first place in the overall standings with some great performances. Just got word that match number 3 is loading, so we'll be jumping in to game 3 in just a moment here. Before we do that, Shio, any predictions here in game 3 that who you think's gonna take it? Do you think they're gonna see Trulex and Co continue to roll?
I feel like a duo that lands on the map after the battle bus might be able to secure the victory royale. Which one that is an enigma ultimately, but it might just be a duo inside chapter 3. Balla, do you concur with that statement?
You let him get away with this, Ball.
I gotta stop letting this guy get away with it. I'm gonna stop asking questions, Ball. They're all just gonna start coming to you, brother, at this point. Oh man, jokes aside, we are getting ready for match number 3 here, and I have to agree with Shio. I think it will be a duo that drops from the battle bus. I think they're going to come from a country in Europe. I'm not sure if that's for sure or confirmed. We shall see.
Hot take.
Yeah, listen, I had to do some bold.
Wee fire alarm going out. You know what I'm saying?
They call me the Skip Bayless of Fortnite, right? That's what they call it. All right, let's jump into gameplay here. We got Shio and Balla ready to call the action here. Take it away, guys.
What's 1 + 1, Balla?
2.
And then when you add another one, it's time for game 3. Let's get into it. Can it be a hat trick for Trulex? That's the question. Yeah, Rocky Reels, and I'm kind of surprised. I thought they might have been somewhere near the Bugle. Maybe they were the Sanctuary duo that was uninterrupted, but they're kind of in the action. They're in the fray, in the middle of all of it, but not really affected.
Yeah, but it's, that quiet type of vibe, right? There's nothing going on near them at all. They have literally so much space to work with past the movies. For Kinsel and Jerky, it's different, right? They've been fighting every single game. Decyptos taking out Janice once again. Same thing over there, though. Just even a small little engagement catches you. Ooh, actually, Chapek's gone too. That's another fast one for them. So maybe another full-on 2v2 in the end game type of situation where they can make it deep.
Definitely basically have a normal game to play like they were not contested at all. When those fights end fast, it's like a super buff. You're kind of glad that the contestation happened. You'd have to assume though that risk it's going to be there in the next game. All the way at Rocky Reels, because there is no disturbance, because there's literally nothing. Kinsel doesn't even have to be that dangerous or that safe in the POI. He's just so far split from his teammate. They get to have so much more loot faster than everyone else. If you tune into just different POIs entirely, you'll notice that a lot of people are staying side by side. They're forced to play a lot safer than this, but for Kinsel and Jerky, they get to have so much loot so fast across a POI that's split so far as well.
Mm-hmm.
One thing too for Sleepy Sound, it's kind of a combination of I would say like Snobby Shores and at the same time, what are the other two? Misty and Believer Beach, Sweaty Sands kind of. You combine all of those 3, the aquaticness, the split on 2 sides, but make it vertical, and snobby houses, you get that POI, which is pretty nice. But how do you fight that? I have no clue.
Another new POI here, back to the old Chapter 1 vibes of the Speedway up north past Paradise Palms. This one's called Chonkers Speedway. But very similar, I think, as well. There is this hill you see the pink arrows on that is super, super strong in terms of being able to beam down on the players landing or fighting at the building. But either way, a lot of rotation options. Okay, so it is Lobetti and Javix against Royalistic on the side of the buildings.
One of the best parts about this POI, yes, are those rotation options, but also the free metal that was here. If you remember Gus all the way in Chapter 1, those tires, you farm them out. It was a quick way to get all the way up on the metal. Same thing here now. It's one of the only spots on the map that you can rock in with it too.
Quad crashers, how I've missed you. But not quite as strong as they might have been rotating out of the Speedway Gus back then, for example. So you can't fly across the map anymore. It's actually better to have the cars for trying to do something like that. Oh, and the pontoon is back. That's also something that hasn't been seen since, what was it, season 3 from Chapter 2? Randomly rotating around the map and spawning in different places, has a guaranteed drop, has 2 IO guard chests, I believe, and then a decent amount of chug splash or chug barrels and whatnot. So very, very strong place to potentially drop in solos and potentially make sure you can secure if it lands at where you're at.
I find it so funny in season 3, like people trying to claim pontoon. Like, my bro, do you have a compass that we don't know about as to where the thing will be game to game? Like, people were scouring the battle bus. That was the most attentive you had to be off drop, is if your drop was the pontoon.
Speaking of, like, who was it? Deceptos. Deceptos actually is now fighting over, who just got second in the last game. He was somebody who was 50-50ing that so hard. So hard. And it was back when people didn't really know who Deceptos was, right? When he was just starting his rise. And they were brutal fights. I forgot who he was fighting against, but that was some of the most fun off-spawn fighting I think Fortnite has ever seen, just because it's so drastic, you know? Boom, you're in it. 1v1 every single time.
There's nowhere to run either. There were a bunch of POIs where you had that maybe 1v1 scenario happen, right? Solo season, but there was no escape. It's two men usually, just one boat. That's how it went. It was glorious fights to watch, absolutely. Vino, though, with Rem, rocking it through. This man's been on a journey of his own throughout the last chapter in terms of learning, playing with so many historical just goats. This time, though, picking up a trainee of his own to rock in with. I'm excited to see how this fight goes between Video and O'Reilly, though. So far, they've kind of been tripping up. The fights haven't been going their way. This time, they have the first engagement. Maybe they just needed the broadcast buff to have eyes on them at least to push in, because now, yeah, these bros will be claiming the edit's going to be there. 2 pumps back to back. A doorway, but no escape for the final player. That's just unfortunate. No O'Reilly and Vidal back in action.
Yep, and classic action for them too. I'm surprised they didn't actually find Lobetti as well in this entire thing, but they'll take down Realistic and his teammate, get back into shape, and start rotating out as well. Still vehicles here available for them to get back into it. Vidal already grabs one.
It's so nice. If you guys are unaware of the cars that do spawn on Chonkers Speedway, they're literally just whiplashes with Chonkers pre-installed. And they have boosts, because I'm pretty sure not all whiplashes have the boosts as well. And that's just huge to traverse between that entire south side. There are roads here and there, but if you want to pull north, you definitely do need Chonkers.
Yeah. Feels like the Stark whiplashes from season 4.
That'd be so
some
cool.
useful sliding.
Have the POI in.
Stark?
Yeah, with the Spidey
would.
gauntlets now.
I see.
Like swinging across that whole thing. Oh man, that'd be nuts.
Reason again, Amar. Come on, man. You're letting him down, my dude.
They're having a good time.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. Amar probably has a silly outfit on. In fact, I'm gonna pull up a stream right now, see what he's got.
D Lord and Staka, I'm wondering how they're running in so many different players and why they're all the way on the top right now, and before we're seeing them possibly a little bit lower than this overall in terms of where they were positionally. All good though. It's fun to swap up where you drop. So the main fights we've seen are at Greasy Grove, Camp Cuddle. Haven't seen much action at other fights all around the map. And I feel like once this entire snow resides as well, it'll be really easy to see where we are for the current moment, because every time I'm dropping in to a fight, it looks like it's super close. No rather of a deal now up against Shulex Chicky. We were wondering, how do they sneak by all the time? I mean, this is definitely something they weren't accounting for. Vidil and O'Reilly haven't even made it to a game to this point to fight. Shulex already down Chicky. On the other side, it's a spray in the hands of Vidil, and there's no chance there's going to be a hat trick alive in this tournament.
What loot too. Oh my goodness. 2 very high tier Mark 7s and 2 very high tier Stinger SMGs. You know what this means right here. We might have been wondering why they weren't going with their W key ways. Well, it doesn't matter anymore because they're here and it's about to be over for the entire lobby. I guarantee. As they take
What?
That was
just
there's supposed to be more to that. There's supposed to be a
that was
build
one
up.
player. That was Noah Riley alone that did that. There was no Vidil involved. Like, he just instantly collided with the first player. That man lost all his HP, just cost him his shield. The second one, I don't even know what happened. I feel like there's some magic involved in terms of what Noah Riley's using. The whole server should be scared. You know, Rem, they're backing off of Sleepy Sound. It's time to wake up a little bit. There's so many duos just crossing by all the way around. The zone's getting a little bit more southern in general. Vino's trying his best impression of that Noah Riley one pump, but it's not coming through. The damage is there in terms of having that legendary variant in the inventory, but now you got to be very careful. Any wall you edit, any new box you make, it's going to be in the eyes of what, 5 different duos? This is just this is too much.
Yeah, this will be the one thing that can stop Noah Riley and Vidil. But other than that, if they find anybody on the outskirts, I like the way that Rem and Vino played that though, or Vino Aqua. Still yet to determine whether it's actually Vino or not. Either way, yeah, like if anybody gets caught on the outskirts, it's a very rough time. I honestly think that this is going to be one of the most dominant games from Noah Riley. I've seen this before, Shai. I've seen this script. I know I haven't watched in quite a long time or been a part of this for a little while, but I don't know, man. I've seen this before. When they just start the W key like that, you already know they're not going to stop, and they're going to take at least 14 people down before they go down themselves.
I think for them, it's literally third zone lock that's been the speed bump for them. Because way back, like season 4-ish, season 3 vibes,
yeah,
they were unstoppable, even all the way up until season 5. I think 6 was the part where it started to become a little bit overwhelming for them to keep fighting over and over. Thing is, though, that was all in trio zone. This is duos. This is easier fights. Noah Riley slapped in the face to start it all off. Houdini, no stranger to these mid-game fights here today. Vidil, though, he hasn't even been activated just yet. He gets immediately taken down. So this is what I'm talking about. Sometimes every third fight, somewhere near that third zone, there's some trouble. Noah Riley and Vidil confirming these fights. They bite off a little bit more than they can chew. Don't count him out yet, though. Okay, maybe do now. He's ready to just throw everything off the plate. Noah Riley doesn't even care.
Both launch pads placed. You already know he's expecting to go down here, and go down he will. 15 builds remaining at this point. His best chance is to get in the box or hide it. But he's still getting hunted down. They already know where he is. He does take some damage on the Houdini, though, but they're both sides on him at this point. Still escapes somehow, though.
He's at the pepper pop. I think that's the difference maker right now. You can just maneuver so much easier and better than these players, but no, 36 damage shot. That's not going to be anything enough at all. An old man creator. I wonder who that is, but he takes him out. Houdini beside him. I mean, that's rough. That feels like a fight they started. It was good in terms of the split they had as well. We were ready to go, but I guess Houdini and Creator were a little bit more ready than usual.
This is X8. That's my only guess.
But like, no matter what happens with X8, even if he just smashes his head on the keyboard, X8 ends up in his name. You know what I mean?
True. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But for a while, it was the Creator X8. You know?
Yeah. True. The mega rebrand, maybe. And yeah, who even knows if this is Vino? That's
Yeah, I mean,
Very
who even
true.
knows if that was O'Reilly and Vidal, you know? Like,
they swapped out IRL who was playing a bathroom break, right, for that last fight. That's what it was. Yeah. Most definitely.
have you ever been in a tournament and casted and it's like no O'Reilly and Vidal are in it, and then they die, and then you like later on in the game, it's like no O'Reilly and Vidal are there. You're like, wait a second, that wasn't them.
Oh yeah.
Just some imposters in the same
Back in like when round 3s were broadcasted as well, that would happen so much.
So much.
How Benji's playing with a completely different person. I haven't even seen him. You give like a 4-minute analysis as to what it means, and then they cut to actually Benji with a duo, and you're like, oh, okay, makes
He's
sense.
just like in a cone somewhere, like doing something normal.
Yeah. I mean, these guys are stacked. 8 elims already. The best loadout I guess you could possibly have at the moment. I still feel like double stinger is the wave, but these shotguns are proving to be amazing, especially in endgame when you can't really commit. I think that's the big difference between the content side of the season and the comp side. It feels like you can commit to fights a lot more when you're just trying to have fun, and the sprays then are a better option. But in these end games, when you still only have like a second to see someone, a shotgun is still viable.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about in the last game.
Yeah.
But also just that the legendary striker shotgun is it's pretty good. It's not bad by any means. Like, it's still pretty good. I think it's when you get to the lower variations of pumps that it's like, well, striker shotguns. That is, for example, yeah, like the blue. And then obviously the 1-2 combo is still so strong. Like, no matter what, if you end up in that situation, like, I'd rather still start with a pump than or a shotgun. It's so hard to just break that habit. But this is like the one season that it will happen, you know? It's not a pump. Like, no way.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
I have to call it a 1 strike then?
Oh.
Instead of a 1 pump?
No. Still a 1 pump.
Still a 1 pump? Yeah.
Still a 1 pump. Definitely. In fact, I will no longer cast you if you call it a 1 strike.
A strike to the head sounds pretty cool though, you know?
That does sound cool, but you don't have to say 1 strike to the head. Just strike to the head.
1 strike to the head, a spray to the body. You know?
Nice. Yeah. Nice.
Some type of stuff like that. Anyways, we're spoiling what's going to be said. I'm literally going to say that the first chance I get. We're going to stomp B and TS Jinkin. See how they rock and roll. Splash and Jamsud, I feel like, are slightly underrated in terms of actually, you know what, I don't even want to talk about Splash and Jamsud right now. What I want to talk about is this end game, because it feels like in this entire POI it's gonna go crazy. This is like a Misty extended, you know? We talked about Sleepy a little bit. Misty end games, they kind of feel like they can get dynamic, but I feel there's so much more water and so much more no man's land in this POI compared to Misty. It might get crazy.
Yeah, it's Misty with no bridge, you know? Like,
yeah.
A larger lake. Yeah, it's definitely could be interesting if it pulls north as well through this. But just the entire time, like, feels like a long time since we've had, I don't know, unique end games, like twice now, right? We've seen different feelings. That last one and then this one here on Sleepy Sounds. Within the buildings. It's very cool. Very cool.
I think you're totally right though. No matter what POI we're at, a lot of the time last season, there were a lot more moments of verticality, even just within the POIs, even just around them. It is definitely a lot more flatter. You can just see it right now. Even the highest hills to the left of Mirza, right above Pain, at the top of your screen, they're not that big at all compared to what we saw in Misty last season, compared to what's even near Craggy. It's very much more traversable. As a result, more people will live. Less mats will be given through siphons overall. It's gonna be cool to see.
So our second place finishers last time should be up there in terms of the standings. Reminder, you have to get top 5 today to get a piece of that $35,000 up for grabs. It's much quieter this game. People are realizing that for some, especially those who won't have consistent games because of their situations off spawn, this is the third match, but also potentially the last chance that they have to really put themselves into a good fighting spot to fight for top 5.
Yeah, for duos in top 5 between like 40 to 45 teams, it's going to be tough to make a difference to get towards that first prize threshold. What a shot for Bad Sniper 2. That was like a second of edits. And he finds that elimination in the sky. Okay, that is just disgusting and so hard to deal with.
That's through 2 metal walls, by the way. Yes, freshly built, so easier to shoot through them, but still, they find that gap and they make them hurt on the other side.
I'm liking this move from the duo on screen right now. Have a lot to work with. Just have one pad though. It's a lot of space, and they're gonna take the whole thing. There's no one here on this backside. Yes, it is lower elevation overall, but from what I'm watching right now, so many people are just based up closer to the town. No one on these hills. Those Bad Sniper have one of the best spots here right now, especially if zone closes in on them.
Oh, Houdini left by himself. They're funneling so many materials deep in the zone. Looks like Fury and Link might have overtaken their spot. Kinstar announcing Doigby, so he might be by himself. Kinzel and Jerky still up in this game. They made a top 3 performance last game and very deep in the first as well.
Curious to see exactly what the move is for the Cyber Legacy boys on screen right now. Right above Chinkin, it actually pulls down through Sleepy Sound. We're not going all the way up, so it might just be a river to deal with as we keep going lower and lower, if that is a possibility. Fury is trying to find something. Link is the one actively looking for a few shots. The stack got down, so the ones that took down Amar and Reason not going to find much from this moment onward. And Peace King, a big factor in these end games to save players in situations or go for random third parties, is not going to be here for the first time in game 3. Healer actually gets Kosteka back up, so that's not a full knock yet. Kinstar still, though, by himself from what I'm seeing, so no duo there to operate with.
Quiet right now in terms of height takes. As the 6th zone and full moving zones begin, there's only one team that looks primed to even take it. You're thinking Jerky and Kinsley, yeah, they should be taking it, but no, they're waiting for their time later on after multiple height teams have tried. And we should see that for sure. So launch pad out from D-Lord and Kosteka right over top of where Bad Sniper and Deciptos were.
Bad Sniper and Deciptos have a chance at height as well. Splash is to be the one waiting the entire time. Cookie by himself once again in a clutch spot. Jerky and Kinzel fly. Who's the one to have it first though? It's Operate all the way up top, but they don't claim it. No one is claiming height for now. Everyone is just boxed up, waiting for someone else to make the move. Jerky included. They have so much damage above that surge threshold, and we'll be going away in just a second. It's gonna be fine. What is their next move? They kind of look towards the sky. Jerky's looking at it, sees there's no one really up there. One person finally doing the dash.
Go for it.
Oh, looks like they're gonna stay quiet for now. They do have one team above. They want to bully a few people more below. They have no eliminations just yet, so it's just their placement and damage so far. They haven't confirmed anything.
That awareness from Jerky. Oh, he might even find somebody to drop down. No. But realizing that that cone was not his for the brief second, a team almost dropped him down, but he knew and is instantly trying to fire back. That is beautiful.
Aware of what's happening below, but also looking ahead. Following, just staying beside Kinzel the entire time. They're on the same page. Opening a whole new book. Oh no, Jerky gets that front cover closed. It's over for him, and now it's just up to Kinzel to keep the dream alive. They dived in too far and didn't get anything for that phenomenal type of synergistic dive.
Very awkward here around the trees as well to make his move in. Just still the splashes. It is a fight for height right now. Deciptos, a Bad Sniper, gonna take down Vinaqua. Rem left on his own, but he finds the trade. Deciptos holds on, but just by himself. Very difficult way to play out this game. Now still a lot of materials though. That is the best situation you can be when you come in a solo, and he's using them instantly.
As the power of 4 different ghost duos basically behind him. to utilize. And yes, that's in mats, but also firepower. Look at the ammo count. He's not going to be able to run out anytime soon. All metal down, but you have to know if you're a second height team that is just a solo up there for now. It's so good he has that epic variety of Stinger SMG as well. The reload ends up being so much faster than the blue. It also bounces back, giving him a moment of reprieve, and there's not many teams at all. There's no full duos looking to be even close to challenging him all the way up top on height. He does have an AR though, so the bigger and further this goes on height, it's not going to be as heavy shots coming in from him all the way up top. Kinzel also by himself survived all the way till this moment. It's a much quieter type of endgame. It seems like there's lots of solo straggler survivors, just two different duo teams still alive. Link is going to be taken down by Mirza for now. Kinzel finding some crazy materials, but no, not at all actually. Just 5 more left.
They're still there.
At the side of a harpoon, this is tough. One more down. He tries to go for the full box. It's not really possible. Now escaping, he picks up 3 more. The exact amount he needed. 2 more minis, and at low ground, he'll be all in.
Man, but there's a full duo down there already trading a little bit. Lanuf is in between Deceptos and the low ground right now. He's gone. And they're gonna fight for it. Deceptos should have still a lot of mats, but the break, he actually flips the script on him, takes the one shot at him. Lanuf is gone now, and no mats for him either. He should be found easy, quickly, but that's not actually him. He gets them both. Deceptos with 2 at the same time. Still is a solo, but everybody realizes right now, height is only held by 1.
Going for a few shots. This is where it becomes more so of a marathon for Deceptos. You can feel the strain of the game finally active on him. 20 materials just left. That's all wood. And now a duo, maybe even solo down below can clap back. They're gonna fight each other though. Deceptos might just drop down, have the timing. One player weak. Dinster's the other one. He cracks both shields. 1 HP. One is down inside the zone. Now it's all up to him. Just classes completely. Chuck Splash is going down, and that sound must mean doom for Dinster. But Deceptos, as he drops, misses the first shot. He's going to be behind up positioning. Gets a few more materials to move in. Has that top-down position once again. Can round 2 be the perfect type of combo and game with the drop down? It is, and that's a clean victory from Deceptos as a solo up top.
Makes up for the missed 1v2 in the last game and does actually convert it this time. Love that decision, Fallout, to pick up the Siphon and get the 2. It was actually 10 builds that he needed to actually overtake and outlast the other player who was down there with nothing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, from point A to point Z, it felt like so well played from Deceptos. Obviously, working with Bad Sniper to gain high ground, lost Bad Sniper in the mix, but still was able to pick up a double elim after double elim, and then ultimately clutches the 1 versus 2. Insane plays from Deceptos. Ball, you analyzed it, you kind of broke it down perfectly, but talk about a performance and stepping up when it matters the most, Shyle.
Yeah, I mean, that was just nuts from start to finish. And I feel like it's because of all the other teams and some of the aggressive ones who like to go for height taken out earlier. Deceptos was allowed to do what he did and kind of stayed silent in terms of close range engagements, but was very loud with all the fire he was dropping down. He separated himself from everyone else and just had a phenomenal game.
And then was insanely loud to finish that one with the 1 versus 2. And again, that's not something you see super often in Fortnite. In the late game, obviously, typically teams or players will trade shots and will ultimately take that 2v1. Deceptos, though, playing it near perfect, recognizing he was in a 1 versus 1 versus 2. The other solo was able to get just enough damage off on the duo for Deceptos to come in and clean up that knock, got the Siphon, and then won the 1v1 with high ground, healed up perfectly, recognized his inventory to close that out. We'll take a look at the replay of that late game in a moment, but Balla, walking through some of these early game fights, this was a little bit of a crazy one with Noah.
Yeah, Noah, Riley, and Vidil actually took down our back-to-back winners, right? So they put a big stop to, I think, the momentum that they might have had going into this game number 3, and honestly give a huge sigh of relief to the rest of the server, because now there's a gap that is probably manageable, especially for somebody like Bad Sniper and Deceptos and maybe Kinzel and Jerky as well, who have pushed their way up the standings. Assuredly, yeah, 100% they should have. So that's very, very nice for them and the entire lobby. We still have a tournament on our hands.
Quite possibly a gift to the rest of the lobby, as you said. What's been really interesting here is we'll see this late game. I'm excited for Shao to kind of walk us through it. But what's been interesting is just the consistency that we've seen. Obviously, it was Trulex and Chicky early on that were able to win the back-to-back. Obviously, not able to do it in game 3, but then in game 2 and 3, it was Deceptos and Bad Sniper with back-to-back top 2 finishes, finally securing first. Walk me through this late game here.
Yeah, I mean, it was just nice drop downs, good timing, I think. That's the key thing for Deceptos, even knowing when to go for mats when it was possible. The refresh was coming in to make sure you always had a leg up on the competition. It was nuts, like right here, going for that finish, getting that vital HP, and knowing exactly what to keep. The temptation of chuck splashes, the guzzle juice, he doesn't even try to go for it. He just wanted those key 5-6 mats. That's all he needed to wrap up that game. Look at that match leaderboard though, just that specific match. They're huge in terms of being at the top. A 50-point double-digit elim game from Deceptos and Bad Sniper.
Insane. That's 30 points for first and 2 points per elim for a 50-point game, as Shio just said. Huge performance in game 3. And keep in mind, they also got top 2 with at least 8 elims in game number 2. So you wonder what that's going to do for the overall standings. Hopefully we'll have those overall standings available for y'all. We'll keep you updated nonetheless. But take a look at the right side there. In 17th place overall is a 6 elim game coming through from Noah Riley and Vidil. Really good performance from them before getting taken out early. 6 elims going to net them a few points as well, Balla. And what else are you seeing here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at all the way down to the bottom. Chapix and Janice, it's not the first time you probably would have seen them at the bottom of the post-match result. Like, getting knocked out the first out of everybody, no elims whatsoever. They're having a bad time against the winners of this game, but it also speaks to the power of that spot and how Bad Sniper and Deceptos are flipping the script and making it so that they dominate out of the spot Greasy Groves.
Yeah, that's right. And then you also nailed it. You said Chicky and Trulix getting taken out early. No points for them in game 3, which is going to be the blessing that the rest of the lobby needed. Interested to see how that shakes up the overall standings. Another player you wouldn't maybe necessarily expect to be on the second side of this page, maybe just got unfortunately taken out early, is Flick. You also see Hykris and Zetrov, some players that we know and have watched in FNCS and before. But nonetheless, this is our second page. This is the match number 3 results. We'll of course try and get you the overall standings and update as well. But the story so far, Shio, has been Deceptos and Bad Sniper on top in first place with 20 elims. Not only are they making it to late game, not only are they picking victories, but they're also popping off in the elim category, Shio.
Yeah, it's nuts to see Splash and Jamsid right there because it feels like they've been invisible this entire time. No VRs, kind of just being, I guess, the most consistent in the business. And I wanted to touch on them a little bit before the last game started, which I guess I did now. Chicky and Trulix, so with 2 VRs in third, that's the most surprising. I feel it's because, you know, they actually just had a 0-point game entirely. That hasn't been the case for any of the top 2 teams. Just said, even when going down, Bad Sniper at least gets an elimination off of spawn in that first game. Snipe off of his clutches in that 5th place. It's not. Kinsel and Jerk here also playing very aggressively and are kind of the middle of the pack, maybe going down early zone, having a lot of elims type of duo. It looks really good. Stompy Chinkin also in the business. The entire top side of the board, you can kind of remember and see their stories game to game.
I think there's one thing to point out back on that first page too, was the creator and Houdini, who took down Fadil and O'Reilly. They're way down outside the top 10, but they have 18 eliminations. That is absurd for a team who is not making it deep into endgame, but it could also spell that they will eventually make it towards that endgame.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show the importance of placement in this format, and in general, you gotta make it to the top 3, top 5 to get those placement points if you want to be consistently on top of the leaderboards. And keep in mind as well, top 5 gets paid. So we saw Chinkin and Stompy in 6th. They're gonna be vying for that top 5 finish. Well, someone I didn't even see on the first 2 pages, I don't think they're even on the first 2 pages, I may have missed them, is Janice and Chapix, the team that we of course had high hopes in coming into this one. But we're only halfway through. They could equally have just the same type of pop off with a 90 to 110 point last 3 games. Excited to see what they can do, but I think what's been not going well for them is that contest and Greasy Grove Ball.
Yeah, I mean, that's completely it. And what I was alluding to slightly earlier was that if they are able to actually start to overcome Bad Sniper and Deceptos, then you can start to see them completely replace, right? When the fights have been clean for Deceptos and Bad Sniper, they've gone on to almost win that second game, and then in the next game, they go on to win in a 1 versus 2 situation as well. But that just tells you the rotations, the loot, everything is really good out there and primed for if Janice and Chapix can win that off-spawn fight cleanly, though. It has to be clean.
That's true. So we'll see what they can do. Meanwhile, for the two gentlemen coming from France, it's Disiptos and Bad Sniper performing very, very well. Really putting on for the entire nation right now, currently in first place in the overall standings, looking to take home that $15,000 first place prize. But that's not all. It's not just them that will win. You could win just by watching and entering the JBL sweepstakes. Type JBL Quantum Cup in the chat for your chance to enter into the giveaway, courtesy of JBL. They're going to take care and hook up your gaming setup with the best audio in the business. So once again, make sure to enter by entering JBL Quantum Cup in the chat here as we get ready for match number 4. And it's been an interesting first 3 games here. A lot of household names in European Fortnite performing so far, but maybe not the ones we'd expect with Chapix and Janix. Obviously, Flick, a couple others on the lower side of that leaderboards. We'll see if they can turn it around. But gentlemen, it's that time. I want to ask you, any game 4 predictions here? If you had to take a team in this duos competition, who do you think is going to perform, starting with you, Shio?
A team specifically, I think it might be one of the top 3 that are playing a lot more consistently and taking it. If not, any of the other teams below the top 3 getting into top 3. But the one prediction I do want to put out, just to get a little bit more fun with it, I want to see a zone go towards the right side, to where the coral-esque type of map is, the aquatic, island boy type of vibe. I want the players to suffer, basically. Yes, I want to see exactly how they handle it, swing from island to island. That'll be fun. But who can take it? I just don't like making that prediction because I feel like I curse the players or something crazy ends up happening. So we'll see who does it. I hope Disipto stays in the lead. I want to see Trulix clap back.
Shio wants war to ensue. It's almost like the Stark Industries finished back in the day and how miserable that was, trying to traverse and get on top of Stark Industries platform. But nonetheless, good insights from Shio. I like those kind of bold predictions or asks. Meanwhile, Bala, any predictions on who's going to take it and or what we're going to see or what you'd like to see here in game number 4?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of who's going to do well, I think the O'Reilly and Vidal have shown that they're kind of done with the placement style that they were going for in game number 1 and 2, and they should start to do exactly what we just saw. I think they ran into a very, very tough opponent in the Creator and Houdini there, who just completely destroyed them when they were expecting, they're playing back off the walls and stuff. It's like, this should be easy for us, but it ends up being a really, really tough opponent.
I like that. Well, I know you guys gave the 100 level rundown of chapter 3, some of the changes, meta, etc. at the top of the show. But now that we're 3 games in, we'd love to ask, has anything happened that's maybe stood out or surprised you in terms of how things have shaken out? Or has it been what you'd expected? I guess we'll start with you, Shao.
I feel like I was just expecting a lot more Stinger action, like doubled up entirely, but it is still a little bit classic, and we talked about it a bit during game. A shotgun Stinger variation rolling in. I'm also just surprised that players are utilizing this double beam through metal walls, freshly built or not. The fact that it's actually landing and players can get punished in many ways, it's been great to watch. All this spider swinging as well. The fact that players are actually good with the web zips, it's just really nice to see, because I thought it might just be like an arena gimmick that people roll in with, but players are actually utilizing it, so it's very nice. Yeah.
Ball, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, Shai already touched on the gun meta, but I'm very surprised that we're not seeing more Stinger SMG just like doubled up, tripled up, quadrupled up in some cases, just going for it. But you can see how the box fighting meta and just the pro level meta in general meets the weapon meta, and that is a lot harder to actually sneak in consistent long strings of shots on top of somebody, because instantly they're going to be trying to put multiple layers between. And I think that's why you're actually favoring the Mark 7 as a spray weapon rather than using the Stinger SMG as a swap.
Well said. Yeah, I think a lot of people are obviously going with what they're also comfortable with, for the age of time. Since the beginning of Fortnite, we've seen that AR shotgun kind of slot, and especially in the late game. People are obviously comfortable with that and continue to rock with it, even though the shotgun maybe not necessarily as strong as it was in the past. But replacing that AR is a good old Mark AR, which has been performing well. We've been seeing a good amount of that. Maybe expect to see a little bit more Stinger action here in games 4, 5, and 6, because we're getting word game number 4 is around the corner. Should be ready here, hopefully in the near term. We've discussed all types of things in terms of meta and what we could expect here. We've talked about predictions. Honestly, I've been really, really impressed by the consistency from these teams. Obviously, in Fortnite, it's tough to stay consistent. If you guys had any advice or tips for how to play consistently, what's your advice, Ball? Starting with you, obviously used to compete at top level, not even casting for a while. Any advice on consistency?
Yeah, I mean, just have a game plan, right? One that revolves around options, give yourself a lot of possibilities, right? Okay, so you start with your drop spot. Okay, what if zone goes north? What if zone goes south? You know, where are the paths? Where are the places I want to base up? Where are the goals for me? And then obviously try to have a good setup. And that means resisting the urge to W key for your setup, but also find the places where it's important to actually do that, whether there's a timing that you need between zones or whatnot. I think the game plan encompasses it all. Just really work on that.
Love that. Love that. A lot of people obviously focus on grinding the game, putting in hours, getting their mechanics up, but not necessarily on VOD reviews, game plan. What's your rotation going to be? What are your strategies going to be? Do you have drop spot A, B, and C to make sure you have a backup plan in case you're getting 50-50? Those are some of the things that I think do make the difference between top players and the mid tier. But nonetheless, match number 4 is ready. Let's go ahead and jump into gameplay here. Bala and Shayo, take it away.
Let's rock it over. 4/6 way through the competition, 2/3 if you like fractions and math. After this game, though, we'll see what adjustments happen between the top 3. We have one silent duo with Splash and Jamswood rolling in. Not as sure what their game plan is, but it's extremely consistent. Meanwhile, the Siptos is at a battle with Jerky Kinzel, and as well as Trulex on the other side, seeing exactly how they rock against each other on these boards. Who will actually claim that top spot before the last third of the matches start? That is the big question. Game number 4, though, that fight all the way over at Greasy will determine a lot as to what the flavor looks like in this game. Splash already starting things over with James, so they're landing at the Sanctuary. So they're that solo type of team that's not really disturbed, interrupted. They just get to play their game over and over again. Meanwhile, Greasy not even landed it. I was about to say it's completely empty. The bus is a little bit further away from it. That fight we're about to watch will change the way the board looks.
Yeah, definitely. So we get our answer about the Sanctuary, by the way. Fully given to Splash and Jamsid. Jones is also very uncontested, Condo Canyon as well. And it looks like an extra team joining the fight. Janice finally gets the jump off of Bad Sniper and completely eliminates him from the game. So it's all up to Deceptos. This is what I was talking about. One opportunity and all of a sudden you can be right back into it.
Tragic when it's like 50-50 this side, that side, but for Trulex, same thing can kind of happen as well. We saw him get bullied by Vidil Noah Riley. Jerky's right there in 4th place overall as well, so him and Gonzal just need that extra boost. It seems like they're just slightly less consistent than the top teams. They're still in the conversation, but haven't had that big pop-off yet, being inside the top 4 finish, having a lot of points to roll off on a game.
I love it. Kinzel is the first one I see like spamming the slide mechanic. And I was thinking about this because you can't really crouch spam anymore. And that's what Kinzel is like known for doing in the middle of fights. And to see him being the guy who's just spamming it constantly because that's what he used to do, just like obviously it was in the middle of fights. Okay, here's the team I wanted to talk about, Creator and Houdini. They've already got a team on the ropes coming out on this fight, and instantly the pinch is onto Formson. These guys are so strong, clearly, in fighting. It's just how do they convert this advantage right here that they've already gotten 3 elims, they've already gotten a decent loadout, or they should have, but this one's not looking that great from Creator. Where do they go from What?
Wow.
Number 1, why is he there? And number 2, how did he, okay, actually, the tall grass does not hide you as much as you think with the Mark 7.
But even still, looking all the way at Curzo and landing that shot. Creator looking good with the aim. In terms of your question, where do they go from here? I feel like the only reason they get tripped up, we were talking about having a good game plan to stay consistent, right? Their game plan, their rotations, it feels like the paths they're taking are putting them in the way of many different duos, right? Like Vidil O'Reilly, or just going towards certain spots in the riskiest and fastest way. Maybe they need to stay silent now and not take the loudest route. But the loud route is why they're getting a lot of elims though, right? Or why even off spawn. The rotation out of their POI or their mini drop spot allows them to get elim points, but maybe they're just being too loud all the way forward and just quiet down a little bit and avoid fights rather than take the major spots and hills.
Mm-hmm. I landed shifty earlier and I was so confused. It's like the same, but not the same.
Yeah.
Like the exits are wrong. You know what I mean?
It's not even that. It's like I feel like having those houses on the other side and having a big hill behind you, like centered you inside the POI.
Now I look
like-
at the hills and I'm like completely disorientated.
It's like being in the same house, but like the kitchen's a bit smaller. Bedrooms are in a different place. It's tough. Stompy Chinkin though. Bugle POV. This actually looks like Tilted, but plays a little bit more like the Agency. So you'll have different buildings you can hop in between, but in terms of actually navigating the POI, it's big chunks and sections you have to break into, and then you can block it off. Like the Agency had that big middle portion with the fountain, and the basement you can control right in front of the vault room as well, and then obviously the roofs too.
I just love how quick. I love watching players in new POIs just to learn like the different like quick speed mechanics that they have to loot something. Like for example, they're just building the cones down the elevator shaft to break all of the chests that land in there. Very nice. And we're out. Do they both have them?
Yeah, so one of the things near the Bugle, and I think it's also somewhere near the Joneses and Sanctuary, is that there's like these little pocket web chests. I don't know how to explain it. They're stuck on walls or inside the POI. You can break them. You get a guaranteed epic and above weapon plus Spidey gauntlets.
Wow.
Yeah, so it is like it is nuts in terms of rolling in, and so is the performance from Reason and Amar today. Very content focused. That's Morrow and Dinkle as well. This is the fourth different team that they fought off of spawn. So I'm wondering what the game plan is. It just feels like they're slowly moving up the right side of the map. They started below the Joneses, right next to Condo Canyon, and now they're almost up to the Sanctuary in terms of where they're actually fighting these early game fights. So maybe there's not the map to explore, right?
Oh.
You never know. Okay, Stompy. You gotta remember, yeah, the Spidey Gauntlets are there too. Look at that.
That's
You got
so
Peter
sick.
and Miles Morales just jumping into a fight ASAP, but not gonna find much here just yet. Stompy also gets wrapped back. You have to understand, 4 bullets even landing out of 15 that are shot wipe out your entire shield, and you have to recuperate.
Oh no. No more mats. And we already know they've got more
Okay.
seconds on the other side. He's stuck. He missed it. There's a cooldown now. But he's never spawned with a Stinger SMG. This is crazy. Stompy, Shinkin's still backing him up. You can tell how long these guys have played together. I do not know how he just saved Stompy, but he's still alive. And they win the fight.
One of the hardest things to do when you're last left alive or in a position where you get caught out first is commit to damage. It's a very awkward thing for your body naturally to do, is just to completely clap back. You want to keep trying to escape. You want to maybe kite away your player, but the fact that Stompy got that extra damage down, that's the difference maker. Chinkin being there obviously and carrying the majority of that save and clutch is huge as well. We're good on Stompy for knowing that there's nothing left. Just commit to the spray and just try going forward and dealing as much pressure down as possible.
No, also just completely distracting with the escape mechanics there. With the web away. Okay, so this is High Chris against Trace. York's down right now. He needs to pressure enough to make sure that this res never comes in, but he's keeping him up with the chug splashes. Crucial.
It's not going to be enough. They have to switch boxes. Yeah, hit a nice shot back. 66 is not going to keep him quiet. He has to go back. It's like a
He's lost
lasso
his
kind of
space.
tying him in. Yeah, he has to hit another splash. He's got about 40 seconds available with these chuggies to keep his teammate alive. But with zone coming in now, he has to stick this one out.
This is a lot of good old metal. I think that might have been the key. And yeah, High Chris is starting to heal himself. So now High Chris needs to make his way and get out of here. Otherwise, he's going to get trapped with these guys. And I think they know where he is. He's got the Spidey gauntlets. He's safe. He's on.
Looking fine, looking good. Trace can chase him though if he wants to. High Chris actually stops and comes back, maybe looking for an opening or an opportunity. Yeah, just that low of HP with no med mist and no med kit either that I see. It might just be time for him to all in. Meanwhile, Noah Riley, Vidil, still going at it, but this time it's a lot scrappy. You never see these many builds when Noah Riley and Vidil are fighting, especially on multiple layers. They haven't found a way to really clap back and really deal fast damage onto this fight. It just seems like a slow, long, drawn out one. Lots of bleeding done through walls, but there's the final collapse. It'll be Loeb just going down.
Well, Betty falls again. The same team. And this is where their warpath started last time. Right here at Chonker Speedway. They got themselves involved in a fight very fast afterwards last time, but you could tell the difference. Like you're mentioning, how many builds were there. Means that that fight was extended. They spent all of it. They were only down to about 15 builds each. So they have to spend the time to refarm. Otherwise, they're in no condition to fight again.
It's a desert though, you know, the cacti, the rocks, and the tires. It has to be the best place for W Gears to start. You can just fight fast, get mats fast, and then go again and again and again. I think one good thing last game too, for them just in terms of having momentum, staying up with the key, is that Zone was so far away from their POI all the way up at Sleepy Sound. They just kept traveling and were allowed to be on the move and shoot people who are also moving. With Zone kind of being right on Chonker Speedway this time, I wonder how they handle fighting and their fast type of gameplay, or when they can't really move anywhere as much and don't see other people moving. Chappers with another one. Kebab now finally going down. Lucy Zid will walk in. Let's see what they can do. This is going to be interesting. I haven't seen the entire map really go all the way down to the desert this time, but it should be fun to see exactly what they do. It's going to be fun seeing Janice active as well, and he has the chance to go golden here with that AR. I like the split these guys have every time, no matter what chapter or map it is. So far spread apart from each other. They'll hold the bottom left. As you see towards the bottom right, you'll have so many other threats with Noah Riley and Vidil. This entire POI, it's just dry. It's gonna be tough for anyone to claim anything with these legends on the field.
For a second there, there's an opportunity for him against Kinzel. But they are aware. Jerky already spots him. But Kinzel still... Okay, he's back in the base. They know what's going on. There's still teams, though. Kinzel tried to sneak on them, but they're just as aware.
Okay. This is a Ranger assault rifle versus two Mark 7s. Tom Jerky, I'm rethinking everything for the moment, but looks like Chapix does not want much of the smoke. Just wants to get in there and get a little bit of damage done. Having web shooters and gauntlets over here, it's huge. You stay a lot lower to the ground with all these rocks. It's not like you're lashing onto those tall palm trees or mountains. So much harder for people to find shots at you. And you actually also stay a lot more low key. That's huge. A Raven as well. It's not gonna be a legendary one, so we'll just find a little bit of ammunition from it. Splash versus Noah Riley. This is the second place team at the moment. Rocking in, trying to stay alive, but very tough obstacle to face this type of a deal. He goes for the first shot, misses a little bit. Left side peek coming up from Splash. We're not going to find much action on this side. Zone's going to come in 1 minute. This fight does have a timer. Splash up against Vidil. Noah Riley trying to deal with Jamswood up top, and he does land a big shot. Both teammates back in the same box. They are in trouble.
Some time to heal up a little bit, but Vidil's going from the bottom side, Noah Riley from the top. Forces them to stay horizontal. Return spray not quite connecting, but that's perfect in terms of what you have to do against these two.
So looking for a few shots. Vidil with a big one on towards the left. Noah Riley's just holding things down up top. Pop to 50. Now he's ready to go as he puts down the pressure. Vidil heals. They have the best ebb and flow I've seen, and I'm pretty sure they're not even calming it. Just feel it out. Now they have the pressure from both sides, forcing a layer switch right into Vidil's face, and he looks for a shot, but no, once again, a trip up in the fight. Jams it, finds Noah Riley. Now Vidil's left alone. He has the prowess to win. but the synergy, the breakdowns, the splits, they're not going to be there. First shot misses. Vidil somehow is dodging bullets. Is it enough though to win out the fight? Because he's not doing damage back. The guzzle juice, he can move and heal at the same time. Basically, there it is. Look how fast that effect is. He has minis to work with as well. 1 second till the zone moves though. Now time is on his side. He can really affect the game. We know if you're a duo alive in this moment, you want to just move, take that elim, put out the rest of your game. They find Vidil's one and only chance to get out. He has a launch pad, but not really any chance to really put it down. He's not going to be able to get a game out from here at all. 105, big left side jump all the way down. That was his final shot, really. No mats here. He can't even place the pad. He's locked in. This is jail. Finds the opening, but no shots. Vidil is down once again.
And didn't spend the pad that time. Remember the last time when he knew he was out? Spent the pad, and they broke him down. But Splash and Jamson make it out. Splash's HP with must be 2, 3 HP. One more tick would have done him good. So the fight from earlier, actually completing Yorick, who's fighting High Chris, actually gets taken down by Chicky, not D-Lord and Kusteka. So more points there from Chicky and Trulex. Way to fight back into this game, because in terms of eliminations, they weren't those guys who were having massive pop-off games. It was just the placement points that got them to where they are. So anything helps from them. The 2 points from any elimination can make the difference at the end of the day.
Finding a few gauntlets to rock with as well. Difference though in this zone is that there's so much more of a spread as to where people are based up. Usually it's a lot more concentrated somewhere, but Illor and Kosteka will have a lot of obstacles and unexpected spots to deal with right now. And this pyramid can't even see all of them towards their back right. There's still one duo over there. Who moves first is the question. You have the speed with these gauntlets, but you can't build while you use them. No way they go for the spray. They really want this team out of the way.
Well, you can see he was peeking through the cone based off the way the floor was edited, so maybe, just maybe. If they had double sprayed that, that would have been potentially really nice. Because the only thing you could hit at that point is the head.
Here we go. They swing first. Trulex let him go completely. No one's even damaging him. Can start doing me. We're in the center of everyone at the same time. Belusi just got a recent knock. And that full Elam confirmation. All the action, all the shots are now coming in from the zone. Everyone here is kind of playing this chess game as to who will move first.
Chris actually brought Zetrov back up. So must have disengaged from that fight. We saw him earlier, and he did get the reboot, so we're gonna try to take a little fight on the edge of zone, right on the side here, because they don't have any heals. That being the key factor.
Oh, he's over these sprays. And yeah, that's all the ammo though for High Chris. They'll try again. They've done the damage. Zeeg is there. Yes, this is exactly what they needed. The ammunition for High Chris, the heals, the mats, the loot needed for Zetrov. Another huge shot. That was nuts. He wrapped it around the builds there on the bottom left side. The POV. Zetrov though is kind of split. Doesn't have access to the loot. Hackers can come through and give it to him, but they're being really loud with this. Lots of other new duels are making their way in. Yeah, it's all good. Oh no.
Yeah, see, that edit that he made to get into the box without recovering or spending anything else on the backside of it makes that ball very, very weak. One-shottable. So they punish. But still, they get back in a really, really good position. They got the rest of that wood, so at least that's maxed out for both of them. The problem now is the zone. Thankfully, they have a launch pad. He also has the Spidey web gauntlets as well. They're still going for it, though. I think at this point, the job might be done.
I mean, every other duo that stayed quiet around them went down. Doigby was kind of near the middle. got taken out. Belusi and Zid just walked in and tried to be passive. Zid got completely wiped out. The fact that they're active and speaking so loud with these stingers is making sure no one is targeting them or even looking for open shots. They fly first though. Let everyone else come in behind them. They understand exactly what's going down, but no, they actually go way towards the right. They might even just end up going right behind Beats. Was that Zetrov who beamed him? I don't think anyone else had the opportunity to, so it might have been.
They traded. Zetrov wanted to go for more. They marked a spot right inside of that. And then Zetrov thought there was an opportunity because I think Beast's back was turned, but they traded damage, basically removed each other's shields. And I think that works more in favor of the high ground team, who we know Hykris and Zetrov probably don't have that many shields.
Staka are also looking for a little pressure. Hykris finally down to Mirza though, so the fact that they were so active looking for a fight with every single duo ultimately is their downfall. Wonder if the match situation might have been one of the reasons too that they got pressured out there. Kinstar also picked up, so he'll join Big B in the grave. This is going to be a drastic move for the whole lobby, all the way towards the right, and everyone's condensed towards that left side. They are leaking out a little bit and moving as close as possible to start things off, but this should be a very tricky rotation. There's not much to hide behind in terms of natural ground. It's super, super flat on the south side of the map here.
Polish duo up on top right now. They're going to launch pad away. And once again, it looks like nobody's going to really commit to any high ground this early. That's the same thing you saw last game. But that leaves it room for players to really take advantage of that and ride it towards placement. Instead, though, everybody opting for lower layers, maybe because of how many launch pads, how many Spidey gauntlets are in play. Just doesn't make sense to go for it too early.
Team coming in from Stompy. They're trying to make a little bit of a pit stop here, maybe get everyone affected by layer switching traffic. If you can't go through the center point of the map, if you can't even move through one of the safest layers, what do? You just end up crashing into others all around. So even without even landing a single shot to any player, Stompy and Chicken affect so many different duos, and they swing all the way by at the end. Shot down midair though. Stompy can't find much more. Now he's getting targeted by that duo above him. Chinkin kind of split. Where is he? Where's the teammate? Where's the partner dynamic? He's still not inside these boxes. We're fully split, and there we go. Finally, Chicken finds his way back. They're staying ultimate low. This is a POV I've never seen before from this duo. Usually they're in the mid ground, and low ground is where they find a lot of trouble. Rem and Vino have taken over height. Look who's in that best possible seat though, right below them. Trulex, Chicky. Second height, not doing as much, just staying silent, waiting for their chance to strike.
Good shots in so many players. There's a potential players who might go for it from the backside of zone as well. So good on Vino Quat to actually pull this out.
Oh my God.
Very low HP, instantly marking him. And then maintaining for so long right now, but the beams come back. That's what you have to be careful of. It's not just snipers this time. That AR can really punish you if you overpeak for a second.
Look at the food chain right now too. Vino is just forcing everyone down into Stompy and Chinkin. That's how they're getting some of these free eliminations. They actually boost up in shadow right below them so they can't get shot. It's genius. Jerky and Kinzel are also kind of on the same layer all the way towards the front down below. Trulex and Chicky are delayed so they don't eat as much fire. The old high ground trio of Beats and Yus are gonna finally go down, and once again that food chain effect will be right there. Stompy's waiting at the wall for Beats to make an edit. He has to go around the backside. Trulex is gonna try to find him, doesn't find much though. Clash and recurs an Apprat in the same box. Jerky and Chicky are gonna be side by side too. Chicky almost taken down. There it is. Trulex tries to escape. It's not possible. Chinkin is gonna be the cost of that fight for Stompy though. Kinzel and Jerky as a result find themselves in one of the best spots ever. All the big threats around them taken down or split in half.
Trying to find an old tunnel right now. They actually go right up. A little risky for Jerky, but thankfully Kinzel's paying attention. They find a kill on the backside. Player out of mats. They don't spend too much time on that at all. Every single gap is taken advantage of. Jerky takes another tag, but thankfully it still has a big pot. 8 zone now. 5 teams remaining. Vinaqua, Cisse, Lenuf are on low ground as well. They get dropped in. That's a full 2 versus 2, and the trades are so good. Cisse comes out on top now, though. One more 1 versus 1 on the bottom, and it's Vinaqua and Rem on top.
No one has control down below. Vinaqua and Rem put the blender sending on puree. There was just no chance at all for any control. With one person left, med miss and whatnot, it's not gonna be enough. What a glorious display of spray from this high ground duo.
That is ridiculous. 11 eliminations in that one as well. And they finally come out on top out of their early game fight. They're split. They make it all the way through to the victory royale. And that was a clean game from them, controlling the entire time, even forcing that drop down from Kinsel and crew to end up going against Lanif and Cisse in that one. That was massive.
Couldn't agree more. Well played from Vinaqua and Rem, maintaining high ground, basically uncontested throughout the entirety of that late game, and they get rewarded with a dub. Kind of a much needed dub. I don't know if I saw them in the top 10 or top 20 in standings. So at game 4, that's a good time to start popping off and heating up for these two, Boa.
Yeah, that is absolutely. I mean, we were mentioning how their split was going, and I think it was Kinsel who was taking complete advantage of that for the most part, stealing everything from that south side of what's it called up there, Sleepy Sound. And that's massive. If they can really start to repeat that, that could also mean they can encroach on them and maybe make that a little bit more consistent as well.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, meanwhile, Creator Fallout, I mean, this man's aim is just insane. Stompy and Chicken were also popping off that game. Unfortunate to see the Ziptos and Bats ever go down so early, though.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, we saw Stompy and Chicken almost get taken out some way, somehow, able to keep Stompy alive in that fight. They had quite the journey to make it to late game, and here's that moment. Stompy quite literally swimming for his life in this situation, dipping and dodging and surviving with 7 HP before Chicken came in and managed to help out and clean up that final. So nice job right there from Stompy, not getting knocked. Even if he did get knocked, probably would have gotten rezzed or revived. So nonetheless, good situation for them. And then we saw that fight with Noah and Vidal again, finding early game aggression. Balla.
Yeah, unfortunately, this one lasts a long time in the first fight. And then the second fight as well, they definitely ended up being a little scuffed coming into this because you could see they're on the back foot from the beginning. It was a big build fight. They spent all of their materials on it. Thankfully, they end up not really doing much in terms of the rest of the lobby. Jamshood and Splash end up coming way out of that. I still think competing a little bit, but obviously not that much when you spend so much in a fight.
That's right.
Yeah, the big pump swings just aren't there at all for them, Fallout.
Yeah, that's right. And then here's the late game where we did see Vinaqua and Rem able to maintain high ground, and really the entirety of the rest of this game here, it was just them on high ground on top, Shio.
Yeah, I mean, it just, because they were active so much and everyone is kind of not playing the game with control, just trying to shadow them the entire time. It's a good strategy, but if Vinaqua plays it right with Rem at the end and make sure no one has control of low, which they did, they kind of built out 3 spaces, looked back and shot everyone. You saw the blender effect. As a result, no one else has a voice inside the end game. Cisse tries at the end. He finally finds a moment of equalization, but by that point, it's too late. No teammates. Glorious win from them. Look at the difference as well. 52 points to Lanuf and Cisse's 38. 11 eliminations. No one else even close to that double-digit Elam mark. I mean, that was just crazy. A complete shutout.
Wow, a 52-point banger for Vino and Young Rem, the qualifying team. Kind of an underrated, unknown team coming into this competition. Talk about putting your name on the map with a big game forward. But the question is, can they be consistent? The one team that's been doing a really good job just staying consistent has been Kinzel and duo. Jerky and Kinzel in 3rd place with 34 points here. The Slovakian and Croatian duo both doing it big. 4 straight games in the top 5 or top 10 in late game. That's just certainly helped their spot in the overall standings. Ball. Anything else stand out to you here in the match results?
Yeah, I mean, we're not saying bad sniper and Deceptos, right? I think that changed the tone of the game entirely, especially at end game. Every single game before this was contested, was fought, was very hard to actually end up winning. Maybe that first game for Chicky and Trulex was maybe a little easier for them with the 2v1 ended up very easy, but still, I mean, when you're not having bad sniper and Deceptos in that game, when they get eliminated off spawn, it definitely felt a little different.
Yeah, you know, Shio, your favorite, I have to point out, the baby's little toe making it to the first page, tied for 31st with 0 points, but they did get prioritized on first page. I know you love to see that.
That's what I'm talking about. Also,
Let's go.
There's a chance in these last 2 games for really any duo to really try and push for that kind of 5th place slot. That's usually what we say, but the thing is right now there's 6, 7 duos who are looking pretty consistent at the top right now. I feel like for everyone else, it's a complete shutout might just be practice mode entirely. Maybe the top 10 and 15 have a chance to roll in, but if you're not doing good at this point, you might have to go for big swings. Maybe contest Greasy Grove, go for, you know, some crazy strats. Consistency might not be the biggest key, because if you look at it right now, yeah, all the way to maybe 8th place, there's a little bit of a tie or closeness as to who can make that top 5. And every team now, I think this was the last game we watched where I guess we have Lanouf, Cisse, Vino, and Rem coming in as new contenders. I think it's just these 8 teams that are ready to see who's going to be in the money.
Yeah, you're right. Game 5 is really the last opportunity if you're one of those teams at the very, very low side of the standings. But we just saw a 52-point game. So, you know, 2 back-to-back first place finishes or dominant games, which we saw back-to-back to start the competition. Certainly possible. We'll keep an eye on those teams. But right now, Deceptos and the Bad Sniper, despite their back-to-back solid performances, dropping to 7th. So just, again, shows the importance of consistency here. Speaking of consistency, Kinzel and Jerky on top, courtesy of that consistency, Balla.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big point, the consistency. But the problem is, I think that because the games are spread out in terms of consistency, because we have 4 or 5 duos who are doing very well, the lead is not actually, I think, as drastic as everybody is making it out to be. I think that top 8, yeah, sure, is very difficult for anybody outside of that to crack. But still, I mean, you're right, Fallout, 50 points. You're looking at 2 games right now to make it happen, and I think that's very doable.
Yep, but now is the time to make it happen. You have to make it happen, because obviously game 6, one chance, one game where you can get maybe a max 60, 70 points, not going to get you in the top 5 most likely. And keep in mind, for those that are just tuning in, top 5 gets paid out. It's a top 5 prize pool here, which really raises the stakes of the competition. You have to perform, and you have to sneak into that top 5 if you want a chance of that $35,000 prize pool. You're watching the JBL Quantum Cup European competition featuring Fortnite here. We have our 4 games in, 2 games to go, and we're going to jump to a very quick break. When we come back, game number 5 after this.
There is always a new challenge, and the hard work never stops. Strive to be the best. Make the most of your opportunities. And enjoy it.
Introducing the JBL Freak Edition wireless headphones, designed by Giannis.
James, I have to tell you how I feel. I love you, JHB. I know it may sound crazy, but I can see us living together. Well, your silence says everything, James. Goodbye forever.
James.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I was wearing these awesome JBL Quantum headphones. Look, it's me as a cat. The nose and the whiskers. Isn't that cute?
In 2020, the JBL Quantum Cup brought you the best of the best in competitive gaming. Watch this year's top teams compete, play with the pros, win JBL products and cash payouts. JBL Quantum Cup. Watch, play, win.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second annual JBL Quantum Cup, where we have 3 games: Fortnite, Apex Legends, and CSGO across 4 different regions, APAC/Asia. Of course, we have Europe and North America across 3 days. This is running all weekend long, and we're just getting started. We're just heating up with the European Fortnite competition, and boy, has it been hot. We've seen performers, we've seen players that we maybe expected to perform, not at the top of the leaderboards just yet. Nonetheless, it's been a great show and a great story so far, but right now, Kinzel and Jerky, the Slovakian and Croatian duo on top, Paula.
Yeah, they're doing so well. The consistency is always what's bringing them through, and I think the ideas that are coming out from them, I think up at the Sleepy Sounds, working very, very nicely in this Chapter 3.
That's right, and we've been talking about it all day. Obviously, the $35,000 prize pool for these players. We've also been mentioning, and if you're tuning in, we have to mention it again, exclamation point JBL Quantum Cup in the chat for your chance to win just by watching. You can win some sick swag at the hookup from JBL, so make sure to enter our giveaway in the chat by typing exclamation point JBL Quantum Cup for your chance to win. Hopefully you'll get lucky and you'll have a chance to win some prizes alongside these players. But just got word that gameplay is starting. Listen, we only got 2 games left. We're going into game number 5 of our European broadcast. We got North America later, but for now we got to crown our $35,000 in prizing, our top 5, plus the winner of the JBL NFT digital trophy as well. Gameplay is here. Game number 5. I'm going to do it. I got to do it every single game. Boys, any predictions for this one?
I'll roll in and say that it'll be a high ground victory royale. We'll keep it grounded. Actual prediction. Crazy.
Pretty sure we've had 4 for 4 high ground victory royale so far. So thank you, Shio. Bala, how about you?
I want to say that Noah Riley and Vadil are eventually going to pop off, but I've been very underwhelmed by them. I think they're going to lose their first fight this time.
Ooh, nice. Okay. Expect some more aggression from them, Noah and Co. We'll see what they can do here. Game number 5 is here. I'm gonna throw it over to y'all to call the action.
Let us hit it up. Game number 5, the penultimate game of the day for EU. This is where, at least towards the top side, every change hits a little harder, hits a little different. We'll see that happen right now. Aqua, Kinzel, 2 different sides of the story, kind of in the same space though inside that top 8. And Greasy Grove, that's my main focus. It's a fast drop off. I want to see exactly what goes down.
3 teams at Greasy Grove, and it's not as fast. Last time it was instant, right? Every single game so far, either one of Janus and Chapix or Deceptos and Bad Sniper were taken down, but this time it's a pretty decent split though. You're gonna see those fights have to happen eventually anyways. I like what I'm seeing from Kinzel already getting, oh, Vinaqua's down for the first time. Jerky beams him as he's trying to break through a roof. That's a big blunder for the game for winners.
Look at that revive down quick, but this is 10 seconds where Rem's not looting, not farming. Well, Vino is gonna just be spawned back in with 30 HP. This is absolutely catastrophic, especially on the side where you need to act quicker. There's less loot overall to grab at the north side of Sleepy Sounds. So already nerfed and now slowed down are Rem and Vino.
The other thing too is you actually saw the strat from Kinzel landing at that vending machine, instantly getting mini, so you know that they're at least gonna have a good 75 shield. Once again, the fight goes in the way and the favor of Deceptos. He takes down Chapix. I believe Janus is still up. This fight's gonna get quiet. I'm actually, there's 2 things I'm thinking of, right? I'm like, why aren't they actually pushing here? But I believe that they also got a knock on the west side of this from a team who's just on the outskirts.
So they're probably just looking for the damage, but for Kinzel and Jerky, I feel like it's just the consistency, right? Even with the knock, they understand when they push all the way forward and get to the fight towards the north side of Sleepy.
Yeah.
There's not a guarantee as to what happens on the south or even with that west team, or a guarantee you even get to clap in and win against Rem in the 1v2. So just being able to have that damage down, have the space, and know you can loot out, move forward, stay consistent with your game, that's enough for them. And you see the ammo count and the mats racking up for Kinzel already. They're looking pretty good for the moment. Are you down to, as we've watched enough of this, right? Send some ratings onto these BOIs as High Chris gets a nice haircut.
Yeah. In a moment of quiet, definitely. We can rate him all the way through. High Chris, okay, so he's just taking beams all the way onto the side of the coast. Oh, they've got the gauntlets. He's gonna chase with 44 HP. I don't know if I would go for this. That's why he actually stops at the dock to potentially take another shot, and he gets an air delivery. Nice. Oh, what's the first rating?
Sleepy Sound.
I like it, you know? I give it a nice 7 out of 10. It's like a good take on the town POIs.
Okay. I wonder what Sleepy Sound means. You know, the shafts are shifty. The lumberyard do be logging. But the sound is sleepy. Shine, very much awake. Zen and Belusi, their errors always happen in that 5th zone rotation. Earlier on, they're looking really good with fights and actually just winning their ones isolated. Okay, so earlier on, they're actually having trouble winning their ones isolated. It's gonna go down. Belusi's gonna try getting the trade, and that will be successful. But unfortunately, the revive will come in on the other side with 7. Ooh, Belusi's trying to find a way to clap back. Is it no mats? Is it just a fear of maybe going up and getting baited? I'm not sure, but it's enough time bought for Shine to heal all the way back up and make it a 2v1.
Still He can stop him for a little bit. They're actually going to trade completely. Mark 7 shots, and yeah, now he's pinched. Unlucky. That was well done for them to get the res off and then instantly spread out and spread apart.
All right, I want Amar and Reason to win one fight today. That's the goal.
All right.
Not even a game, not even a top 10. I want a knock, a minimum.
A knock.
Yeah. 'Cause I don't even think we've seen that yet.
Well, we might be waiting a little while. I'm surprised that because that's a team that has fought them before, right? So they should know, like, oh, okay, this is them. We've won this fight twice. Let's continue on.
I just find the drop so interesting. It's just randomly, I've said this before on the right side, that they're just stuck in different fights. There's no organization as to where they specifically end up dropping down. It's just somewhere on the coast. Sasha Kebab, though, Splash needs to survive here. Has a very good chance of maybe even clinching that first place. And these fights, if won early, I mean, that's just free Elam points, good momentum. Kebab's 1 HP for now. Was all right behind him. Oh my God, Splash is looking way too dynamic up top. On height right now. 1v2ing essentially. Now the spray's finally coming in to support from the backside. Okay. Unzol behind that metal cone. The longer he sits here and plays this angle, the better off he is, because that cone will just completely solidify and not allow any of that MK7 beam to come through. Trying to split things apart. It's a bait though, and a big switch as that big pinch starts to come in. Unfortunate for Mumzol, and he can't even find his way to wrap around these builds. 240 wood did not build enough, and he gets pickaxed out. Kebab's got his entire HP pool back. Slides into his own walls though. If you're just left with a wood box, trying to go for a few shots, it might have worked in old seasons, but in the spray meta, you're gonna get run down.
I feel like that's the first like full-on spray meta fight that we've watched. One side just trying to hold on. They're all split. Can't even hold two walls at the same time. Another team rolls up though, and we just saw what happened to these guys. So I'd be careful here. Oh, the beams come fast. Is that Reason and Amar? I think it might be.
All the way here? No, they're way too far down. Also really looking for the fight.
I thought they were just on the other side of this beach.
Could be them.
Yep.
It is them. Okay.
Amar is just, he's just holding in the zone. You mentioned how this feels like the shark. Yeah, we definitely getting season 2 vibes. Just no
what it was about that
no
POI.
football,
Yeah,
and no Mitra.
We got Step and Kim rolling into. Different type of POV here.
Why don't you say the entire name?
Huh? Oh, my bad. Elite Kim.
Ah, yes. Yes. Good find. Good spot as well. Full wood, but okay. This is still shifty. I thought these guys moved off. They're still stuck. Oh my, dude, the return fire is just so strong.
Still going for it. Just crazy. They're just using ammo. It's just literally ammo versus mass now. Zetrov's finally flying up with these builds. Okay. Putting the Taj right there. Zetrov can't find the full finish, and Chris is still going to keep first teammate engaged.
Take the upgrade. I thought really Chris missed that. I thought it was going to be easy for him to stay alive there, but that follow-up pump shot was just insane to find the gap. No backward stairs block for his opponent, and that hit hard.
That's the first time we saw Zetrov kind of in the driver's seat of a fight as well, or just an engagement. Usually it's Chris making the moves. Zetrov following right behind as well. We'll have his med miss switched out. Past Santana.
I'm sorry, this guy is
old man creator.
This creator guy is absolutely nuts. I always see him in disadvantaged positions and they're just turning them around.
Is it due to the loot? Because I've also just not seen him with a bad loadout at all. Like this has been a standard for majority of the tournament.
They also just took out Stompy before this. I didn't see Shinken though. He might be that one arrow just by himself near here in the trees.
I mean, it's what, 5-minute reboot in terms of cards?
Yep.
That's Drace here just waiting right now.
All right. We just saw Shifty rate the POI.
Shifty?
Yeah, give me a nostalgia rating and a rating with nostalgia included and a non-nostalgia rating.
Dude, with nostalgia included, I think it's a 3.
What?
Yeah, because it's like, it's not the same as before. It's worse with nostalgia. You feel me?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's that much worse though.
Dude, the houses were the essence of Shifty.
So sick. I'm sorry. I have to cut you. Like, this is so cool.
This is nuts. There's oh my god.
If you mess up your shot, you can take fall damage. Houdini got beamed too.
Hold up. This is the best fall damage I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah?
That fall damage resulted in him going to that house and fighting 2 pads inside. Like, if he doesn't fall there, if he doesn't get shot or miss, he misses those pads, so. Actually cracked. Okay.
Here we go.
Echo and Iron.
Here we go.
This is round 2. This is the first team that took them out, I think, in game number 1.
Yes.
And Reason's got the first shot. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Keep moving forward. A Coral Castle type of POI. Salty Stronghold. Tree beat. He's finally wrapping around. Okay, I see a little bit of life in Reason's legs. Gets right in, slaps the Bills down with a shotgun and finishes it off with the last bullet of the Stinger. Now has 300 light ammo to use. Perfect combination of shots.
Amar's going for the W key. Now it's his turn. Reason on the support. Can they find him? Mark 7 at range, definitely beamed down. And a reboot happens. They're running into a reboot right now. This could be another full duo to deal with. This could not just be one knock, Sha. This could be more than one knock.
Have to find this last one though.
Amar's gonna be sticking. He has to 1v1.
He's in there.
Let's go, Amar.
He's staying up top for now, not really dropping down. I feel like he's scared Echo might just overtake him completely. Oh! Okay!
Get him out!
Big shot from Amar. Reason's there to wrap it over. That's their first full team wiped. And then they keep going. They know exactly where that reboot is, where the weakness on the map is next. They can just abuse that spot. Keep going left as much as possible and roll 2. Meanwhile, Howell and Shine, Vadil, Noah Riley. This is the fake ones, right? We're gonna tune into the real ones in a sec.
I think it might be the fake ones in the tournament.
Yeah.
I'm still reeling off of that fight. Let's go, Amar.
All right, so when things get a little bit more casual in the tournament, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
With the vibes, the sprays come out, the full box knives come through.
I think when everybody is committing to it at the same time, it's just like completely different, you know?
Yeah.
This is going to be a massive game for these guys, actually. If they can get another top 2, they could be right back in contention with the rest of them. I don't think we've seen any of the other top teams fall just yet. Obviously, Swash and Jamsid were kind of in harm's way. Vino and Rem, they got caught out pretty early. But I don't think they got eliminated, right? They just were shambles.
Yeah, they just started like 30 seconds later in the game. And then have Pryo on first move. Okay, Amar Reason really pushing it now. He wants that launch pad gone. And now it's going to be an isolated fight.
Damn,
Spidey swinging away.
They spent 2 launch pads on that one. After Reason breaks the first one. And the other one's gone too. I think they must have broken that from range. No, it's way down below. Mars found it. Let's go. The W key master himself. Don't call him a viewing party boss.
I think Reason's the viewing party boss now, at least in the duo. He's gonna be spectating for the moment.
Let's go, Amar, good splash.
1v2 here for Amar. Okay.
Well, you know, he had to lose eventually, right?
He can't use 100% of his power. That was Amar at 5%. You know what I mean? And even then, he's getting knocks. He has to let everyone else at least have a chance in the tournament. So you got to respect that. Amar doing it for the community.
Yeah. I mean, if he played pro, I mean, it'd just be over.
Yeah, no, it'd be over. Like,
yeah, no stories, nothing, just Amar.
Literally. Wouldn't even need a team. I think they'd allow him just to play solo to maybe try to even out the skills, but then even then. Dude, that interaction just looks so awkward. Like mid swing, and you can just audibly hear the player go, "Oh, what?"
I just love how the sliding looks at the same time. Hey, payback. You tagged me once, shame on you.
Oh my god. Everyone's looking over at Splash and Jamsid. I don't see any pads, so might have to just swing in. Could trip and fall, but it should be fine. They can go back left. There's no one on that side at all.
Mechanic question. Can you swing and pull out your gun midair?
No.
Oh, come
actually,
on.
I'm pretty sure you can, but you can't swing again after you pull your gun out.
Yeah.
I think I did that with you.
Can you
yeah,
catch yourself?
You can catch yourself, yes.
Okay, then you can definitely pull out your gun.
Yeah.
So you could pull out the swing height, one pump.
Yeah. One strike.
Yeah, one strike.
It's hard to like maneuver that though properly. Trace is making the chapter 4 map as we speak.
No, that was him coding ray tracing into the game again.
Not like this. I wonder what other first person type mechanics they can add. This gun is just insane. The fact that you just get that zoom and the recoil is like basically non-existent. Like, what? There's this sniper rifles.
Mm-hmm.
Would there ever be like a first person type of utility you could make?
I mean, you can just turn it into first person. Just because a red dot doesn't mean that it's like a first person exclusive, you know?
No, but you know, the FOV goes in like, what if there's like a boogie bomb, but it turns your enemy's POV to first person? So like they lose like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Imagine endgame, you're forced to be first person. How scary that would be in Fortnite? Just like first person in endgame, you just have people running around.
That's like accidentally turning into props in endgame. You know what's great about Fortnite? Is that like the people, there's viewers right now, for sure, who like have no clue that you could turn into a prop ever in the game.
True.
They don't know, man. Pepe laugh. They don't know.
Sad Pepe, bro, not Pepe laugh. People sad. That was comical. Interesting. You ever outprop someone in those days?
Nah, man. Definitely not.
Dude, if you copied the grill or you ever got the grill prop in moisty palms, it's different, man.
No, sir.
It was easy.
I was avoiding the brutes. You find me as far away from any props as possible. Actually, I think I was on vacation during touring Europe. During the prop era.
The prop era, what else was it? Borderlands Shield Zone. We got
Cowboy
Taco
Zone.
Time, Cowboy Zone, which actually I think was really good. Not the zone itself, but the fact that you could have guaranteed pumps, ARs, and ammo on rotation. That was nice.
Kinzel's still up. He just got himself a kill.
Didn't Purd get like absolutely annihilated at Shifty Shots this game? I swear we were watching, I think it was Splash fight him.
Well, the people at 50 this time was Hikers, so I think you might be thinking.
Oh no, we're watching. Yeah, that's my bad. Definitely not a different game. We're watching Hikers' teammates fight him up.
Oh right, he got away. Remember?
Lynn got away and then probably rebooted him, and now Purge's fighting again. Yeah.
Oh, Lobetti.
Lobetti.
Oh, that's so terrifying. White HP against a Stinger SMG. That is the most terrible. He's in the box too. Oh no, this is going terribly actually. Is Lobetti knocked?
Lobetti has to be a solo right now. He's burning inside the zone. He's burning. No chance. Santana gets them. These are the freest eliminations Dracier and Santana have ever picked up.
If he had ammo in his Stinger SMG, there was a chance. I'm just gonna say it right there.
Okay. Instant jumps coming through. Santana to Dracier swinging actually the whole way.
Dude, is this Rift season?
Fire servers in the sky. This is nuts.
That
I would have so
high
different.
ground is very, very susceptible right now. One stare, two stare type of thing. Kenzo and Jerky's still up right now. They got peppers to move throughout this endgame too, way ahead of everybody else. They found complete dead side, but still in the backside of that, still can get sprayed through. Oh my God!
Man to the box. Literally just popped a Beyblade spinning top type of Reaper ultimate inside that 1x1. I'm not sure if he found both players. I'm trying to look for them all the way down on low ground, and I don't see them, which is very concerning, because if one player can do that with no shields, that's just insane.
Trulex and Chicky's still up as well. Veen, Aqua, and Ren did make it out of Sleepy Sounds, and going to get a launch pad up to high. Siptos gets completely demolished, but his teammate's gonna fight back. Bad Sniper trades once again. This duo leaves themselves in a one against the world situation. He's still maintaining so many old builds to work with right now. Bad Sniper is making it happen, but the beam still, again, lots of shield for him though, but he's giving it up.
Not a close conversation behind doors, though. This is a very public affair. Trulex and Chicky know exactly who's up top and who's fallen down. Vino goes out at the same time. Snipe takes him out. Him and Mirza are fighting for the skies. Trulex and Chicky just stay alive. They have priorities. Move forward in the zone. Don't lose your shield. Try to go for that connect. We're going all the way over to the next mountain, and they're in one of the best spots to cut off Height from any elims.
This is second place right here, fighting for their lives against Height right above them, who's in third. Trulex and Chicky, massive opportunity right now to actually overtake. And the beams are so massive for a long time, taking a shield. But down below, they're getting harpooned in. Just got to be careful, cannot get dropped. They're actually gonna fight a little bit for this high ground, and he pays for it.
Almost basically the equivalent of a sniper rifle to the head. Chicky's the only one left with a little bit of shield, but Trulex has a lot to pop and get back into the action. Chunk Splash is coming in as well. Mirza just raining shots down. Formson is the first one to go. Dinster, look at that build. He's got him and possibly Fast Santana if he catches up all the way up top to get their Apparat finally getting demolished. Low ground getting cut absolutely in half. Sniper's up top though. He's found an angle. This is going to be a very dangerous sight line. No one's going to be able to move through. Dinster's perfect builds. His escape plan thwarted. Like that big twist in a heist movie, this man's not going to be able to get away with the loot. He's trapped all the way down below. The feds are here. Sniper's going to keep looking for the shots. He's got no mats though. They have to go all in. And okay, that's an instant deletion. Trulex and Chicky as well melted inside the microwave. Nothing possible there. Santana tries to sneak by, but no one can hide from the shots. The eyes of Mirza. Snipe now, splitting a few materials. They have what it takes to just dominate, not just close out, but completely shut down any form of a comeback for these solo players in this endgame.
And the zone is going back over a lot of these old builds. So as they break down, they actually have things to maintain and stand on. The res.
Richard's getting a 9th zone res, and he picks up his teammate. It's gonna show up in the feed. Mini's gonna be popped. That zone is moving ever so slowly. Snipe's going for it. 1 down, 2. It's Chicky with 2nd place confirmed, guaranteed, which is huge for the boards. But Snipe and Mirza are the ones to confirm that victory royale.
Yeah, that is. While Chicky did get the 2nd place, I think Snipe and Mirza got enough kills to actually overtake, enough eliminations to really rack that up. 9 elims make that 18 points. That is ridiculous fallout, and so many of the top teams battling it out.
Yeah, that was just absolutely nuts, Paulo. When you're looking at exactly the ramifications of that match, that's actually like first place, second place, third, all in the business, in the mix as well. The Ziptos finally getting a clap back all the way up on height too. I mean, everyone we expected to be alive in that top 8 and thrive in the second last game definitely did, and had huge swings towards the end zones.
Crazy finish right there. And honestly, boys, walk me through what we saw in that late game here. Obviously, we'll have replays here starting in just a moment, but walk me through the entirety of that game. Game number 5, shaking things up quite a bit.
Yeah, I was pretty impressed actually with the early game plans and changes from a lot of different teams. Gene Aqua and specifically and Young Rem, they got knocked early. Jerky and Kinsel did not take advantage of it because of a duo nearby, and they still managed to get all the way towards the end. So many recovery options for a lot of different teams.
Yeah, it was kind of a little bit of a seesaw effect for results we saw off spawn. A lot of the teams that might do well, like Noah Riley Vidil, you know, coming in their first fight, I mean, you predicted the ball, they go down immediately. And then after that as well, Amar, Reason, fighters that we know not to get that many eliminations, actually find their footing earlier on in the game. Get a few elims, kind of the dictators of that east side of the map. That was a lot of fun to watch. Past that though, in the end game, all the teams that we expected to be alive, to pop off, kind of did. Chicky, that second place, I feel like that's the key to keep this race close.
This is what the moment we were talking about. Amar and Reason. W King a little bit, having some fun. We'd love to see it. And then
Amar holding on the ones.
Yeah, the 1 versus 1 where Reason comes in at the last second. This is the funny fight as well. Noah Riley and Vidil on the back foot to start it out. We didn't see the rest of it, but you're also not seeing a massive build-up and build fight before it. Then Bad Sniper and DeCiptos come in at the perfect time. Again, it feels like over and over, this team is finding the timings to really capitalize.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel like the thing is, even though their timings are perfect, the final point allocation, the majority of placement points, the end game isn't completely secure for them. It was earlier on in the tournament, but them trying to hold height, just getting completely dived on now by desperate teams. It might be time to pull a Trulex and Chicky. Look at where they are while the action's going down up top. They instantly go down. As soon as height gets threatened, they just want to make sure they have as much placement as possible, get the 27 points they need all the way for that second place. It's just nuts. Even being able to survive against 2 different duos alone, Chicky, I mean, that's nuts to make it all the way towards the very end. And once again, I feel like that is the major difference maker, because there were so many teams either tied or like 2 or 3 points behind each other inside the top 8.
That's right. Trulex and Chicky are back-to-back winners from game number 1, doing it again. Top 2 again in this one. Obviously, we're a little quiet in those last 2 games, but some consistency from them should put them back into that top 5. Speaking of consistency, a team that's just been quietly consistent, guys, has been this Snipe squad. Snipe, obviously, we watched them in game 1 and 2, saw what they could do with the Ranger and the shotgun loadout, and then we see them in game number 5 come out on top. I think they were in 6th place or around that in the standings going into that one, so that should certainly help them out, but they're looking pretty strong here, Ball.
Yeah, I think the clutches from Snipe helped them to stay, you know, positive in that mentality, because then the last game right now and then this game as well, they really push up the leaderboards in terms of actually fully playing out as a duo. And then they're able to get, you know, 9 elims at the same time. That's massive for them. That is huge. If they could do that again, and even if they don't, they have the possibility of still having a clutch from Sniper Mirza. That's fantastic.
Yeah, so the Cinderella story, the dream might be alive of one of our qualifying teams doing it against a lobby of pros. Snipe and Mirza looking really, really strong. Obviously, we've seen them before. We know what they're capable of, but they are technically, I think, one of our qualifying teams in this competition. 48-point game number 5 will help them significantly. And speaking of which, Dracier, Santana in 2nd. Keen and Dinster in 3rd. Those are 2 teams that desperately needed big games 5. So when we were previewing this game 5, game 6 coming up, we said if teams can just perform these last 2 games with consistent 45 to 50-point games, they might be able to put themselves in contention for top 5. Well, our 2nd and 3rd place teams right there might have enough to do that. Meanwhile, Chicky, Trulex, they've been playing very consistent. 28 points and 5th place in this one. Shia, what else stands out to you?
For me, it's just seeing Decipto's Bad Sniper at a 21. I feel like they need a little bit more to kind of upkeep where they are inside the top 3. Creator and Houdini, honestly, moving up the ranks game after game, also very nice. And the fact that Trace and Dior going out so early, still had so many eliminations, is pretty huge. I feel like this game was a little bit more of a tale as to what happened towards the end game entirely. Some of the other earlier ones we saw was a little bit of what was happening, in the early game overall. Zombie Chicken going on early as well was a big thing inside this game, but I feel like any team now in this final one can clap back, take it seriously most probably as well. I know at least 15 teams here are going to be playing for placement overall. At first, though, it'll be Sniper and Mirza holding things down. 13-point lead, not bad at all. Definitely a good pedestal to be on coming into the final game.
Ooh, 150 points for them, 154 to be exact. Snipe and Mirza, again, have been performing kind of quietly consistent. We've been talking a lot about Chicky and Trulex. We've been talking a lot about Jerky and Kinzel. Vino and Rem obviously getting a win. Finally, Snipe and Mirza grab that elusive game number 5, Victory Royale, which puts them on top. Look at that, 26 eliminations, though. 3 behind Old Man Creator and Wave Houdini with 29 elims, Balla.
Yeah, that's insane. Like, I'm mind-boggled that they have 29 elims and they're only in the top 8. That gives me vibes of, Aiden back in the day. A lot of the other controller guys like Wolfies, for example, just completely W-king and dominating at it, right? You think about Noah Riley and Vidil, they should be up there in terms of 29 elims as well when you watch how they're playing, but they're not even close. That's absurd, and they're doing it without even playing the end game at all.
Yeah, insane. The question is, though, can they make it to endgame? You have to be able to in this format if you want to make it to the top 5, because there's obviously a lot of emphasis on placement points. As we take a look at the second page of standings, at least to 32nd place overall here. 24 points for our 32nd place team, Uzedi and Shine, as you have Hashira, Nogarak, and the Forums in 17th. 53 points from them. So a lot of folks on the second page, unfortunately, might be out of contention for top 5 unless they have some type of insane game. Obviously, some names here we expected to maybe have some pop-off moments, but just unfortunately couldn't get it to late game. 15 elims is really what stands out to me, Shio, for Noah and Vidil.
Yeah, I mean, they're picking fights against pretty strong teams or teams in strong positions that are working well as duos. Meanwhile, you'll see, Houdini on the other side, always on defense, getting fought against and winning, or going for solos that are kind of straggling and running around the map. They're kind of picking and choosing, hunting down their prey. Meanwhile, Noah Riley, Vidil are just knocking on any box they see, trying to get whatever they can. As a result, sometimes they slip up. This final game, though, I guess it's time to not try to do that, or I guess they're so kind of far behind, they might just get even crazier than we've already seen. So it should be fun and scary for a lot of teams that drop around them.
That's right. Well, yeah, let's avoid that. Avoid playing aggressive and getting caught in early fights, because even if you're skillful, even if you're a team that likes to play with aggression, there's still a chance that a third party is going to come and you can get taken out. There's a lot of risk, right? And in game 6, especially if you're one of these teams in the top 5, make it to late game, survive. You'll get some elims towards the end. It's kind of tried and true Fortnite as we've come to expect. Now, I want to just kind of set the stage a little bit before game number 6. Again, as a reminder from those standings, in first place we have Snipe and Mirza with 26 elims total. They have 154 points overall. In second place, Chicky and Trulex with 141. So only 13 points behind. In third place, 134 points. So it's basically a 20-point game between our top 3 teams here. And then all the way down to fifth place, we have Vino and Rem with 120. So that's only a 32-point differential. So at this point, this is what you love to see going into a game 6. Anyone in that top 5, I'd say going all the way to maybe, 7th, with Deciptos and Bad Sniper, 117 points. Shout out Master Chief in Halo, by the way, or in Fortnite, by the way, as you could make it potentially to that first place finish, Ball.
Yeah, I think the interesting part about it is to actually figure out how much that means and what that translates to in terms of what is possible, right? So you're talking first to fifth is about 16 eliminations, right? So that is probably out of the realm of possibility when you also account for what the placement points are going to be added on top of it. So you have to hope if you're in that fifth place, or you have to do something to make those first, second, and third teams actually not have a chance at any placement points, because then you could really start to rack up the placement points and the elimination points to take that lead.
Yeah, Shao, anything you'd add to that?
I feel like just on top of that, in terms of dealing with those top 3 teams, you need a team wipe, because all those teams have players that have clutched 20 points by themselves or almost close to 30 by themselves as well. Snipe being one of the main ones starting off the day, literally playing the game solo from like 6th zone all the way to 9th. So, you know, you have to affect these teams if you're in the top 8 and the top 15, but at the same time, make sure you deal with them properly, because you give them even a second to get away in duels the way reboots are right now, and the way end games are so claustrophobic and clumsy for all other teams, you can just ride by, play the placement like they are.
And just the spray meta too, right? Like, how are you clutching in an end game when everybody has Mark 7s or the Stingers? Like, that is ridiculous, the amount of people that are able to do that. That shows you the level of the competition and what you actually have to do and make it out of.
Yeah, very, very good points. And especially at this point in the lobby, right? It's game 6. This is the point where, yes, we're new relatively to chapter 3. People are still deciding where they're going to drop, and there's not as much global knowledge. But by game 6, you have a good idea where people are dropping. And if you know one of those top 5 teams that you're gunning for are dropping in a certain area, chances are they're making a rotation in a certain area. I mean, these are fundamental Fortnite, you know, basics that I think teams will just automatically try and play aggressive, maybe take third parties, maybe if they see someone light up in the elim feed, fly a little bit more aggressively to take out that squad. So expect some of these top 5 teams perhaps to play a little bit more passive, recognizing they're in the driver's seat. It's their tournament to lose, if you will. On the flip side, expect teams 6th through maybe 12th, 13th, or 14th to play aggressive, trying to hunt or find those top 5 teams overall. Because keep in mind, the reason we keep talking about top 5 gets paid. $35,000 prize pool, 5th place, walking home with $2,000. So everyone's vying for that 5th place spot. And speaking of which, it's not just the players that are going to walk home with something. You can as well, just for watching. Enter !JBL Quantum Cup in the chat. You can see the text below to see exactly how to spell it for your chance to win and get hooked up from JBL. Just for watching, just for hanging out, you can enter these giveaways and you can win yourself, that's for sure. But gentlemen, match number 6, the illustrious game 6 that we are all so excited for, is around the corner. And you know what time it is? Predictions. Reset. I'm going to reset predictions here and ask y'all a new set of questions, or at least a question for game 6. Who do you think is going to take it all? I mean, do you think Snipe and Merz are going to hold on, or is someone else going to take it? Balla, starting with you.
Given the way that the standings are currently, I'd say it's a high likelihood. Out of Snipe and Mirza and Chicky and Trulex, though, I'm not too sure any of them are going to have another consistent game. I think that is hoping for a lot, right? So I'm thinking Jamshood and Splash actually could manage to take it, but I don't think they're going to take it with a massive game. I actually think it's going to be Bad Sniper and Deceptos to have a massive game again.
Ooh, I like that. Shayo?
Okay, I believe in Snipe supremacy. This is the leaderboard just repeated. The one that we just saw is going to be the same one we see afterwards. I'm on the wave as well that Deceptos maybe rises higher in it, but I don't think people are going to be able to catch up to the same way Snipe and Mercer are playing. As long as they make it past that mid-game situation of the zone favors them, and it's the same way the last game went, especially, they'll be fine. They'll stay in first. They'll pop off.
All right, well, there you have it. Deceptos and Bad Sniper to have a big game, says Balla. Snipe and Mirza to hold on, says Shayo. We will find out who's right, or if neither of them will be right, because anything can happen here. Match number 6 of the JBL Quantum Cup is here. And to call the action for the last time in this European broadcast, and as a duo, because we'll have Monster D-Face joining later, it's Shayo Wager and Balla TW.
It is time for game number 6 of the JBL Quantum Cup in EU. We have so many teams near the top battling for that grand prize, $15,000 for the first place team, and it's a close race, a 13-point differential. Snipe and Mirza holding on to the top. Trulex, Chicky, close right by, and then right behind them is Splash, who will end up towards that first place closer than ever. I mean, it all comes down to right now off the drop in the final game.
So many of the top teams uncontested that their spots, as usual. It's Mirza and Snipe landing at the Jonesies. Trulex and Chicky at Rocky Reels all by themselves, and then Splash and Jamshood at Sanctuary. That makes this trifecta of POIs holding the top 3 right now. A Triforce on the standings and on the map.
Are actually still keeping the content up, and this time it's on Kinstart. It won't be as relevant to the overall standings, but if they end up making it far into the game, they could affect boxes of some of the top players inside the top 3 and top 5. Rocky Reels, though, looks like it is something consistent, something that Trulex is holding down on right now, at least. Seems very hard to split. Always a fight breaks out here, but they haven't been that contested at all throughout the entire day.
I like how much more fortified that actual reel is, where the movies play.
The billboard?
Yeah, the billboard, exactly. Here's the fight that we were talking about. Bad Sniper Deceptos against Janice and Chapix. Looks like they've already actually knocked a team, so I'm not sure who this is on the other side. We didn't quite see.
Wow.
That's such good damage. Oh, third party coming in from the top side. So maybe 4 teams were involved here at Greasy Grove. Through the window.
Trying to beam through the wall. The Stinger makes their enemies fall. Not going to find much for the moment, but Deceptos is actually pushing through. Ring around the rosy and now all the way down to the basement. This is where things get super tricky. Right hand peeks in the favor of Bad Sniper, though it's getting completely raw down here. There's no chance to hide, no chance to protect yourself from anything. That is just Swarmson getting run over by Deceptos.
I like how he tried to throw the furniture in the way, like, you know, stop the bad guys from getting through the room. Snowman. So they must have taken out Chapix and Janice because they got in the 4 elims right now at Greasy Grove. The other team was looking like they were on the outskirts and not actually landing there. So that should be the end of them, and already a great start. I mean, not much has happened in terms of how much heals got used on the other side and how much they've used themselves.
Meanwhile, we're talking about a little bit of switch up that might happen. Stompy going for a big axe on Doigby. Everyone jumping into the Daily Bugle.
Wait,
but
was Doigby just playing with Amar?
I think Amar took out Kinstar, so I think they all just switched over.
Oh, okay.
It's a landing in here. Yeah,
2 versus 1 versus 1. Yeah, nice.
For Stompy Chinkin, I mean, they're not all the way towards the top anymore. They would have to have the game we're talking about with the Deceptos, right? Like the super pop off.
Well,
but
their
I
goal
feel
is
like
top 5, right?
Yeah.
So it's got to be like a 30-point game, plus whatever happens above them. So that's a win,
like
at the very least a win.
Yeah. Elner's in his own type of world and fight, has the auto shotty, but doesn't commit to just completely firing it over and over. Using beats have been really fun to watch in terms of both early game aggression and end game survival. We'll have another shot at giving us a show. I'm curious to how that Greasy Grove team is moving around. But as we try to tune into them in just a second, Fast and Tana Drace here, who've kind of upgraded their mid game, are going to be up against Stompy and Chicken, who are playing a pretty similar style, going for one-off fights every now and then, playing the defensive side of fights more. You have 2 teams who are waiting for the other to make a first move. This might just be a complete stalemate the entire time, but it's tantalizing. It's really tempting for Stompy to jump down and take the shot. He does. It was just player's head showing right there. Finds a shot. It's just a 39 though. Strike shotgun just does not hit the same when it's a gray variant.
And right back over towards the Bugle. We got to be careful though. There's a trap laying on top of this hill. Oh, he gets beamed. He's gone. Belusi and Sid destroy Stompy. Shinkin left alone to clutch in a position that is impossible to play from. He has to make an escape.
There's a way to swing all the way back around, pick up the card as you, like, you know, do a max swing glide. I don't even know. Look at this.
Oh, that
so close. Oh no, there's a car hunting too. We go from Spider-Man straight to Jurassic Park. This is just tough. And Chinkin's down. That's Apparat and Kurzel. If I'm not mistaken, they just entered the top 9/top 10. They're looking also to be close towards that top 5. If they get that win, definitely a possibility. But Belusi and Zid, I think they want to accelerate their game. They're not trying to take it super passive. Maybe lay down some traps. Look to see if they can force a few fights. Belusi's still staying up top. I mean, it's a metal box that's fully built now. He has to deal with down below. Waiting for Zid to catch up. They're going to go for it.
Already pressuring from the top, but not quite finding the gaps that they need. They're very low on materials. That's why you see them not swinging too hard, not taking too many risks, trying to wait for a mistake on the other side, but it's not quite coming.
Does a zip line and play at the same time?
Do it.
Might just be.
Wait, this is another team. They're about to get snuck on themselves. Belusi and Sid. They've got to be careful. Up on the hill, you see the yellow arrows. They're spreading apart. The split's coming through. The SMG spray. Wow. The perfect time. He's gone. And another one too. But here comes a third party right at the same time. Stingers fire right back. It's Fast Santana and Tracer. A full SMG battle too. 2 in the inventory for Belusi.
That was just that was completely like a Tokyo drift from Belusi. There's no other way to explain it. This man just walked in, one full clip, one way, turns complete opposite strafe, and gets the other, and then gets out as well. Best type of SMG box dive we've seen today. So fast, not even Dracer and Santana with a big trap to follow up. They also go back down into the boxes, steal all the loot. Santana can't even get a little bit of that prize. And gotta remember, all the walls that were down were fully built metal walls, so Dracer is just trying to beam through the impossible at the moment. Zed and Belusi just have a very good, strong base right now. Match-wise, still have an opportunity. Belusi trying to go for a pre-fire spray, but doesn't find much for the moment. They can leave whenever they want with these web shooters, but I think they want as many elimination opportunities as possible, especially if they're isolated like this before they get into the end game. So they will wait for the prime moment to strike and then go for those SMG commitments. Fireflies, though, just the outsides of these builds will get affected. Look at Belusi laying down the trap, and instantly it's a double team spray with Zid on the backside. Crack shield, not much else though. Oh my God, Belusi! How does he just know and have the perfect positioning as well? This man is just an array of fire that lands over and over. Look at the health for Santana Drace here. They can get their shields up, but the white damage that's leaking through from Belusi is just too much. He beams past Santana, goes to the next box. He's not stopping. It's 3 spray weapons, reloading in front of his face. The disrespect, forcing out that launch pad. But now the Ranger assault rifle is active too, and there's nowhere for his enemies to hide. One tree to maybe get behind. This shot might be too hard. Man, what a display of spray from Belusi and Zid.
And this is why we've been talking about the Stinger SMG carrying 2 in your inventory. The craziest part about that was he left the edit possibility open and just reloaded his Stinger. Like, that is absurd from Belusi. And they're up to 8 elims in the second zone.
And look at that, your head is just up for like half a second and your shield is gone. Except those Belusi, very similar type of punishment. The respective POVs. Bonzo and Kebab have kind of been cannon fodder so far for mid-game fights. Usually whoever ends up fighting them gets at least one of the eliminations before they move along, and we're expecting the Zipdos and Bad Sniper to pick up at least a few before they get to end game. This might be the next team. They do have a little bit worse off positioning. The trap between the Storm and the duo in front of them with no mountains in sight to hide behind. It's a bush plate. Bonzo will go for. This is where the Bills might have to come out. He's choosing to just risk it all and move. That is not the way. Not in this meta, my friend. With MK7s out on the field and even Rangers, I mean, that was 1 second, one jump, and he lost 100 shield.
Yeah, but he cracks right back. For 40 damage of his own. And the Spider Gauntlets are out for his teammates so they can make it definitely deep. Topping back off on Mats. How to get in zone for Bonzol, though. I would have expected Kebab to have split the distance between them and take the brunt of the attack as he zips on away. Instead, he's just left all the way back. Meanwhile, where is Kinzel? Where is Jerky? Splash, Jamsid. How do they make it out of the Triforce? Down at the bottom of the map. Looks like it is a northish zone. So slight rotate for all of our top 3.
Lucy finding his next fight. This time it's Vino and Rem. Look at that. Metal wall broken through, and he finds the spray. He's making this look way too easy. Rem taking out as well, or Vito taken out by Zid. Apologies. I mean, it's just happening too fast for me to be able to keep up. They're just spraying through every single team in like 10 seconds.
Zid's still carrying the shotgun, but Belusi's gotten enough of that. And they've got the tools to W key on the dead side of zone if they want to, or just straight up go through the center. Definitely not as congested as we've seen in the past. Quad crasher instead of a car. Interesting.
I mean, you can smash into builds better, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, they don't know. They don't know. They laugh. They don't know. Oh man, they think they're in chapter 1. Oh no.
Oh, for Dinster, the fight's not done yet either. These are two teams who've been kind of wild cards coming into the day, and really fun watching fighting. Wow, how did he even find himself that down bad positionally? I'm not even sure. But just got completely annihilated. Beats isn't done. That MK7 has a huge magazine, 35 bullets, just ratted that away. This has to go all the way up top. It's gonna be a tough fight to kind of confirm. You have to catch up all the way vertically and then commit the sprays, while Dinster's probably just gonna grief out the entire fight. So yeah, very smart decision using Beats, just walk out.
I'm surprised they didn't use the launch pad that his teammate plays, but I guess I was on height. Belusi's finally gone, but Zid's still here. And a 1 versus 2 gets Kuki and YOLO. So possible for him to win this, but nope, he gets deleted too. It's Stinger meta, baby.
I think Cookies deserved a little bit of take the L.
Yeah, sure.
Because enemies
100%.
been left in so many clutch situations and clutched out a lot of points for YOLO on the side.
Wait. How does he have the Victory Royale crown?
So they drop somewhere in the game.
No, okay. So if you win your last game,
you have
spawn
a crown
with it. Yes.
No. So you can also pick it up, like,
yeah, off of people that you kill.
Is that the only? Like, is that the guaranteed only way?
Yeah.
And they don't just. Like,
well, they don't do anything, so why would they be like a drop or something?
I swear I've seen them pop out of chests or something. But
I'm wondering if it even like tracks custom games. You know what I'm saying?
True, yeah. You just before every pub you play, you just go into custom and just win.
Yeah.
And you have it permanently. All right. What about Greasy Grove? Rating.
Okay. Nah. Greasy Grove, when it had rifts at the underneath Viking, it was good. It was like it was like a 6. But like, it's a good POI, man. It has some good battles back in the past, but it's like a 3. Not original.
Dang.
Very, very boring. And actually, in terms of like the the village fighting, where there's houses and stuff, the retail, the Misties, those types of places, it's just not laid out in a way that makes fighting there interesting. You can always get caught in weird corners of it, you know?
Yeah. It's kind of like a mini creative map that was put together with like building assets, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Not the roast whoever designed Misty like chapter 1 so long ago. It's an early POI. Okay, this is Snipe and Mers are just trying to run away from psychopaths. Snipe runs into Trace. They're still alive. They're looking good so far. Use is going to be finally slowed down. Very nice. That allows the first place team to move out and just breathe. But you can see the state of the game. 28 players, 15 teams. This is what we had at the 8th zone last game.
Found their next target. They've given up the first place team though. So Mercer and Snipe, I thought they were just going to run into other players who are just as psycho as these guys, but instead it's not that at all. Into the box he goes. He actually got in. They both got in, but another wall put in between them. They let it slide for just a minute. Now he's lost track of exactly what's going on, but they did get a knock. It's yellow. His teammate gone as well. Cookie down.
Essentially just doing 360s in this box, just trying to get in, provide support, go back, make sure the boxes aren't getting beamed, then get in again, try to piece control. Oh, wait a minute. A box is getting beamed. He's just running around in circles inside these builds. Everyone's just kind of made it into that fourth zone as well. I don't think anyone's left out. Beside Mirza and Snipe, they're isolated. Chulex is right there too.
Jerky and Kinzel still up. Bad Sniper Decipto still up as well. So almost every relevant person alive in this game. That makes it so much harder. Oh, there's actually a fight. Snipe and Mirza, I think, against Bonzo. No, that's Lanuf instead. Couldn't quite see it in the distance. But either way, it makes it so much harder for anybody to actually rise up into this top 5. That's the position that Deciptos and Bad Sniper are in 7th place. Lanuf is alive as well.
Wow.
So it has to come to a head between some of these teams. Look at this, Jams, Hood, and Splash. 3rd place, next to 6th place, next to 1st place.
That's first by 13 points as well.
Not a large margin.
7 elims makes the difference, and then your placement makes the rest, because we know Snipe and Mirza will survive given the chance. And it looks like they all got zone as well, so they will definitely see this match out the whole way through, at least past that 7th zone.
The final game for the JBL Quantum Cup Europe Edition comes down to this end game. Everybody has a chance within that top 6. Everybody's still alive and within breathing distance of each other.
And this is where the zone starts to get a little bit tricky. Like Weeping Woods last season, the trees can really separate who height can kind of interact with. We saw a lot of the wins come in today from high ground when they're able to beam down onto low. As we get deeper into the sanctuary, that will not be the case. It looks like the place that we're going to right now. C's trying to put some damage down on anyone trying to get in from this back right side. It's a lot of different duels. A lot of these trees have just been chopped out completely, so there are no sight lines to hide behind. It's absolutely savage and ruthless from CC, not even letting launch pads stay alive, forcing teams to use another, and still finds a last-second tag. This man is active right now on this angle.
Swaps over the Stinger instead of the Mark 7. As endgame is about to start at close range, much more important. It is Jamshood and Splash on height, 3rd place. But we know 3 of these teams are going to fight them for it. Lanuf and Cece will fight them for it. Bad Sniper and Deciptos will fight them for it. And Trulex and Chicky, while they might be on low ground right now, typically are fighting for it.
Going all the way down through different valleys, right next to large hills as well. And Trulex, Chicky, majority of the people who had a fun time getting this last zone have a max rotate for the next one. This is where stuff can get problematic. So many launch pads already wasted because of Cisse. Trulex is looking for a trap right here, but they're gonna be launch padding out immediately. It's a half pad too, so it's gonna be nice, safe, and secure. Trulex tricky to trying not to get beamed either. They make it could go kind of a little bit higher in terms of where their base is, but this is just trouble. This is not a decision they're making. They've padded before. They've chosen boulders to go upon. This time they're forced down to this bottom right side, and there's not much they can do.
Wow. That's Jamshood on height, really putting on the pressure right now, making it difficult for them to even rise up past the hill. Chicky finds something on the backside, but not netting any actual value. They find an old tarp.
It's dangerous. They're actually gonna be stopped and jammed in this side. There's no chance that they can't drop down. Zone's closing in fast. Look at the left side of your screen. Trulex, Chicky actually do respond on the use. Sliver of HP. Chicky goes all the way back inside. What is he trying to find? Heals? A pad? He's still ticking down. He's somehow healing inside the zone. Is in med mist. He finally finds a way back in. Trulex under 22 HP. Chicky also just fallen, so it's all up to Trulex. Literally stuck between a rock and a hard place. Not much for him left to do. 195 materials left, all in wood. His teammate is now officially down. The entire ride is in his hands.
No chance for even that big pot to pop, and only wood. The spray is going to be so brutal. Any bleed through will end his life, end his chances at getting up and in to that first place spot. Right now, Snipe is still alive with Mirza. They've gotten a kill. They also fought a little bit for height, but they're way down right next to Jerky and Kinzel. Meanwhile, Trulex still alive on the backside. Jams Hood loses his teammate Splash. It looks like Snipe and Mirza are gonna hold on. It looks like they're gonna take this JBL Quantum Cup.
There's still a chance for a few teams to get him out of the mix, but no. It's a spray bonanza. Mirza with a quick tag midair inside the same box. All down to him now. A Snipe to start off the day with a big revive. The med mist will keep Mirza alive.
Once again, though, he has to hold on to clutch for his teammate. This med mist is lasting him forever, and I believe he just recognized that the zone bounces back, even chug splashes to stay in here. It's slowly drifting. He's got the gauntlets, but he's getting beamed at the same time. 10 more builds, they're all gone at this point. Not a single more box left for him. He's got to find something else. There's a refresh in zone. Another player down below, and he gets him. Cisse is gone. Lanif and Cisse, no more chances. Mirza taking a victory run right now. Another player in this box, still in there with the stairs, drops down to the bush. Can't quite see how many players are left, but it's got to be a top 3 situation at this point for Mirza. One more chance. Down below, it's up on height. Beats and his teammate. Mirza against Bad Sniper finally goes down. Bad Sniper still up. Kinzel still up. Bad Sniper trying to make it in the top 5 at this point. He's gone, but still might have done enough. Kinzel now working to try to overtake Chicky and Trulex, Splash Hood and Jams in the 1 versus 2, but already Shield's gone. Already. No opportunity to fight this out. Stuck on the backside of zone. The spray is really, really difficult to deal with, and he's bound to half HP. Finally, it comes through for Beats and his teammate. A dominant performance, though, from Snipe and Mirza to make it all the way through once again as a solo player to clutch up. That is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely phenomenal all the way towards the very end. That's what you call just holding on to a lead and doing it for your teammate the way he started it off all the way in game 1. Just perfect from Snipe and Mirza.
In that last game as well, using the med mist to just milk his way to a top finish, guaranteeing a top 3 or top 4 placement. Very well played right there from Mirza. Manages to get the refresh and to get another 2 from an Elam along the way. But the interesting thing there is, you said it, Bala, it was a victory lap, a victory run for Mirza and Snipe. They should be able to take home first place. But then we also had Kinzel and Bad Sniper in that, fighting each other. So Bad Sniper took out Mirza, Kinzel took out Bad Sniper. I'm just curious as to who potentially will walk away with a higher placement, because we might know who got first place, but we have no idea who's 2nd through 5th here, Child.
Yeah, I mean, that's the toughest part about it, right? Because it's just towards that end game, it was so close between all the teams towards the top, and the early game eliminations too for a bunch of the teams who were in that top 8 could be the difference maker. So definitely we know kind of who first is and the way they played the entire day, but that game 6, you're right, Fallout, there's going to be a definite switch up as to who comes out on top.
Yep, and we saw obviously early game fight in Greasy, Deceptos, and Co coming out on top, so that certainly helped them off the rip. And then we saw some interesting mid game fights, especially over towards the Daily Bugle right here. Belusi and Zid doing some miraculous things, Ball.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, you always have one of these players end up popping off in the last game like this, just completely no care in the world, W-king every single person. And I thought it was going to be somebody different, but it was Belusi and his teammate. He took out actually somebody who was in contention, which was Vino and his teammate Rem. Unfortunately, they fall early, which means they probably are going to fall out of the top 5, but we'll have to see if they did enough to hang on.
Yep, and then we have Beats, of course, Who end up the eventual winners of the lobby, I believe, in high ground throughout. We'll see here. It wasn't always them maintaining high ground. Lamero and all eyes on Dinkle holding high ground for a while. This is where, unfortunate for Trulix and Chicky, just get taught in a really, really bad spot, rough spot on rotation, Chow.
Yeah, I mean, it's just tough overall for them to have a chance to really jump in and do what they needed to do. But at the end of the day, it was really the focus on Sniper Mirza clutching it out all the way towards the very end.
Yeah, this is ridiculous for Mirza, by the way. Not only to make it this far, but then to also realize the situation. He has the gauntlets. He can get back in if he wants to. He has the med mist. You thought that he lost were done, right? But no, in fact, it's kind of made it a little easier in terms of these off-heal type situations where you're getting deep into placement without having to commit anything.
That's a great job from Mirza securing those late game placement points. Kinzel now obviously ended up taking out Bad Sniper, who took out Mirza, not obviously able to do much against Beats like Tear in the late game, but nonetheless, good job from Kinzel. Getting second place overall will net them quite a few points of placement. And here we go, the post-match results of Game 6. And look at the top four at least.
That's
second
crazy.
through fourth. Disiptos and Bad Sniper tying with Jerky and Kinzel for second place in that one. 40 points for them. Obviously, you see Kid Bokach and Usurif doing a good job grabbing 54 points. In fourth is going to be Mirza and Snipe with 30. That should be enough, as I think they had enough of a lead over second, but nonetheless, we'll see the overall standings in a moment. But then we also, Paul, you called Splash and Damso to have a good game. They perform as well in sixth.
Yeah, but not quite enough, I think, to overtake. Obviously, we saw them behind in the prior game, so this should not be enough, but they should hold on at least a top 3, top 5 position and in the pricing.
Yep, and then obviously in 11th place, your heart goes for Chicky and Trulex. So close. They make it to late game again, are back-to-back winners in game 1 and 2. Looked to be in a decent spot to go big in game 6, but just got caught on rotation and ended up getting kind of chosen by the lobby and focused. Obviously, Stingers doing so much damage to their builds, made it really difficult for them to rotate. Ultimately got taken out, which is why they got 11th place overall. But you got to give it also kudos to Dracier and Fast Santana in 7th place with 24 points. That's back-to-back solid performances from them, Shyle.
Yeah, I mean, I think these guys were the focus of game 5 and 6 in terms of having a glow up. They definitely affected who could kind of walk around freely inside the mid game. They were setting up traps as well all the way towards the very end. Belusi also just looking so good in that last game too. The entire spray dynamics were insane, but yeah, for Dracier Santana, I want to see exactly where they are affected overall on the board. Past that, Iron and Eco as well, taking out a few teammates or a few teams, apologies, side by side. Usually Omar as well, trying to pick him out. But at the end of the day, I just feel like this final game, we got everything we kind of asked for. A lot of that high octane action early on, and then all the stories prevalent in the end. With Cyber Mirza really holding it down and giving us a close call, a close race all the way to the last moments.
Yep, yeah, it was fun to watch. And the last thing I'll kind of call out from these standings here on the second, on the right side, Stompy and Shinkin, a team we were keeping a close eye out for, 17th place, not able to make it too far in the placements. But then you also have teams like Vino and Rem also won a game 21st. Noah and Vidil, we've been talking a lot about them. But then in 26th, Old Man Creator and Wave Houdini had a really, really solid high elimination performance. They've been fragging, but unfortunately got taken out early because I had the Disiptos and Bad Sniper over in Greasy Grove in the early game of game 6. So their run comes to an end. But again, hat off to them for having highest eliminations going into game 4 or 5. Nonetheless, a good performance from all of these folks, as we're going to, of course, be calculating our overall standings and revealing who the top 5 will be, taking home the lion's share of the $35,000 JBL Quantum Cup prize pool. We'll keep y'all updated on that as they come through. But I want to ask y'all, as those are being kind of calculated here, your first time casting competitive Chapter 3, did it live up to your expectations, and how'd you enjoy it? Paul, I'll start with you.
Oh yeah, everything and more. I enjoyed the new POIs. I enjoyed watching people get beamed with the Stinger SMG, especially in that last game. But at the finish of this, pretty much, it's still competitive Fortnite, right? It's still everybody discovering the new POIs and whatnot. But once all that happens, we still got our same old game happening.
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to the difference in kind of larger, slower end game zones, that's also fun to see. There's a little bit more engagement overall between teams. The new Spidey gauntlets as well, the web shooters, whatever you want to call them. That item just makes everything so much more fun for every team inside the mid game. And just seeing the layout of the map be a little bit more flat, a little bit more traversable, sightlines activated. You get to see teams having a lot more conversations with each other rather than the hills that are, on the field. That kind of was the meta, and that's what it developed onto towards the end of chapter 2, right? People just taking over lazy or dirty hills, just fighting for positions. Now they're kind of just fighting each other because no one really knows what the patterns are just yet. So that's a lot of fun to watch.
That's a great point. Obviously, things are still shaking out here. Teams are still trying to kind of figure out what the meta is, what the patterns are, a lot of these new mechanics, right? You talked about Spidey Gauntlets, and that was a ton of fun watching people swing in and figuring out how to move and how to play effectively with the Spidey Gauntlets. You also have the sliding mechanic, which is still kind of being perfected by a few players. I saw Kinzel doing a good job using some of those mechanics and trying to learn as fast as possible. So that's what makes it fun. Epic obviously doing a great job keeping us on our toes and keeping us fresh here in Fortnite. But let's take a look at some replays throughout the day. So we've been talking about it, but we can show you how things evolved in some of the action here. Ball obviously starting with game number 1 or match number 1. We'll walk through as many replays as possible as these standings are being calculated, but let's walk through them and talk through some of these highlights here.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that we ended up losing Safik and Malibuka for the majority of that, because they started out strong, like really strong. This was the key moment, I think, that everybody should have on their minds in terms of what the impact was early on, how to hold on to momentum. Snipe by himself. Marissa's already lost at this point, pretty much. Yeah, in that one kill elimination right there, he actually escapes at this point through the spray, through everything, hangs on to a clutch that was unbelievable and gets a bunch of eliminations with it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is kind of their momentum starter and kind of kept them ahead. That was the 13-point difference they needed, the comfortability coming into that last game. And then past that, though, when it comes to Chicky and Trulex, we thought that these guys better just wrap things up after the back-to-back, right? The consistency for them was insane. But you fall off just even one game after this, that's where the trouble starts to come through, right? Reason Amar too. I think these guys were the best duo to watch, honestly, past the competition. It was a lot of fun tuning in with their antics, and then eventually they had their revenge at the end too. Cookie on a very similar beat to Snipe, had a lot of clutches. I'm not sure exactly where YOLO was, but he did enough to get Cookie to the best spots for him to then move and do what he needed to do. The Siptos and Bass though, Balo, these guys, they also just showed up really well today.
This was my favorite game right here. This is game 2 and the 1 versus 2 possibility for Bad Sniper against the, I think it was Kinzel in this situation. No, it was Trulex and Chicky, right? Against the guys who go back to back. He almost did it, man. He was so close to taking this one out. Trulex goes down and then just didn't quite have what he needed to fight on Chicky head to head.
Yep, almost clutched in the 1v2, but they ended up getting revenge. I believe it was here in patch number 3 with the 1v2 clutch that we saw on display. We'll take a look at that towards the end of this one. Obviously, close and near 1v2, and then we got to see a 1v2. We got to see some insane gameplay, some really good teamwork. And I gotta say, Trulex and Chicky are the ones that probably shocked me. I wouldn't say shocked, but impressed me the most in terms of how well they were able to stay together. That's one of the hardest things when you're tunneling or tarping towards the end of a game. Staying with your teammate, letting one teammate lead by tarping, the other follows, gets shots, gets edits, does what they need to do. Trulex and Chicky were great at that throughout.
I mean, you want to talk about shocked, and I would say Noah Riley, Vidil, the ones that shocked me the most, because they looked really good in terms of fighting originally, but their fall off, I think, was the most surprising. I didn't expect them to go down like this. Usually it's a little bit later when there's so many third parties involved, but they were just losing straight on head-up fights, and that was kind of a little bit of a surprise to see. The Siptos Bass Ever, though, I mean, they just looked good throughout the entire day. Had some nice drop downs, had some nice VRs. The decision making, the calmness from this duo is one of the things I enjoy watching the most. And Siptos, I mean, he's just a stone cold player. It's just nuts to see every time.
I honestly think, Fallout, that if they were not contesting Jansen Chapix, I know they won, what was it, 5 out of 6 of their off-spawn fights though, but one of those games they lose, and then one of those games they also have a really tough time of it with the players pushing in from way up north. So those types of things, already 2 games out, and they still played how they did. That's a scary thought.
Yeah, that's darn impressive. That's a great point. The adversity that they faced and still were finding a way to perform. And obviously playing for Greasy as a POI, tough to do, highly contested, especially right now. Everyone wants to go back to Greasy. That was actually my favorite POI. Ball, I heard you hating on Greasy nowadays, saying it's unoriginal.
Yeah, because it was just you controller players fighting a Greasy over and over and over. Like literally so
you controller players, I'm offended. I guess that's a good point. I guess that's fair. Maybe that's why I enjoyed it so much as a controller player myself, as we saw Reason. Another, obviously, a player that you're used to popping off and you expect to see. I always put on a show, the former Holly Hedges King, as we saw Kinzel and Jerky get taken out in this one to Rem. This is I think this is the win for Rem. But look, Snipe and Mirza just always finding a way to be relevant in late game, and they find some of the easiest Elans there, Shio.
Yeah, it's just like as I'm watching these replays and hearing these sounds more and more, I feel like I'm getting like brainwashed or like wave replaced in my head as to how Fortnite sounds like. It's like way back in season 3, after we had like one more season of the drum gun meta rolling in. That's all I could hear when I went to sleep. Now it's like the MK7 and the Stinger is just ringing in my ears over and over again. That's what all these are. The pump used to have an oomph back in the day, a little bit of bass, but even now this, the strike shotgun, it's a little bit more high pitched, and all I can really hear and remember is Stinger shots game after game. It's nuts.
Would you say you're scarred, Shio, or not scarred?
I'm not. I feel like I
wish I had
maliciously refreshed.
I wish I was scarred up. Yeah, that's the truth. Refreshed with some new sounds. The sounds of Fortnite season over season. That's a content idea, by the way. Someone should make a nice little sounds of Fortnite historically video. I'd love to see that. But there you go. Some of the highlights for today. What we didn't see in the highlight package, probably one of the most insane parts, obviously near the Daily Bugle, we saw some players really learning the mechanics of the Spidey web or the Spidey gauntlets. Always fun to watch in terms of mobility. And then we still have jump pads. That's kind of it for mobility nowadays in terms of what we have. But overall, in terms of meta and how it kind of shakes up, too much mobility, too little mobility, just right. What are your thoughts there, Ball?
That's an interesting question. I think it's just right. The good thing about it is that none of the mobility like hurts anybody else. It's all there's launchpad that gets kind of shared. I think you can over rely on launchpads a little bit, whereas there's a risk factor to using, as we saw multiple times, the Spidey gauntlets in general, plus the map mobility. I think we're in a pretty good spot.
I would hard disagree. I will be forever unhappy until they add in junk rift to goes, to where you use them, and then as you jump out of the rift, a car also falls down with you. I feel like that needs to be in the game. If anyone's listening and has the power, I mean, you have the idea, so implement. That's what we're talking about.
Please, dropping cars from rifts in the sky is what Shio is saying here. I would lose my mind, but hey, you know what? It'd be fun to watch. That's for sure. You see in all types of vehicles, Tony Stark vehicles dropping from the sky would be very interesting. That's for sure. As we of course are getting the standings calculated overall. We've been hinting it. We've been talking about it. This prize pool, the breakdown. Let's go ahead and take a look at the prize pool overall, the graphic, just one more time, so you know what's at stake here in the JBL Quantum Cup. We got a $35,000 prize pool, $15,000 for first, 10 grand for second, 5 grand for third, 3 grand for fourth, and if you get fifth, you walk home with a cool $2,000, $1,000 each. Not only that, but you also get that JBL digital NFT trophy as well, and on top of that. So really cool stuff coming across the board. That's kind of what's at stake as we get these standings calculated. Appreciate the patience, everybody. I know they're hard at work at getting the final standings put together so we can offer an update for y'all. And yeah, we're at the edge of our seats as well. We don't really know who's going to be slotted into that 2nd through 5th slot. I guess we could do kind of quick math. Obviously Kinzel makes it to late game. You can probably assume they're going to be there. Bad Sniper and Deceptos. We're in 7th. You think they probably did enough to get into top 3?
Yeah, probably. Possibly. Possibly. I just can't believe that somebody's walking away with $15,000.
It's wild.
That's just crazy to me. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot up in the air. That's why I just kind of don't want to like try to do the math or even try to figure it out. I just want to leave it. Usually I am in the middle of the game. I'm like, boom, 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 pulling out my calculator, like, what's going on? Like, is he going to be able to do it? Like, I don't know what's going on. But right now, I just want to, let's just wait for it.
I have a beef then, if you want to, talk about something. The term offer an update kind of makes me feel like you can deny the offer, and no one's done that before. So like, if you're offering me an update, what if I just denied it? What if you just didn't look at the leaderboards, right? Like, it's never been done before. I feel like there's some energy there, some Stinger type energy we can tap into. It could be a possibility, fella. The ball's in your court.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. So I can offer you an update. You can say, I politely decline that update, so please don't.
Yeah.
Let me offer an update for the standings here. No, we're good. we don't want to see it. That's like those commercials. I can't remember the commercials where they basically have a bunch of insightful thoughts. What are some of the good ones here? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Things that basically are paradoxical in nature or contradict each other. We'll think of some live. Or someone in the chat, please help me out here. You know what commercial I'm talking about? It's a vehicle or a car commercial.
How can our eyes be real? How does it go actually? Dang, I can't believe I messed that up.
Oh, I thought you were going to
I'm so
you were going to go live. I thought you were ready for that one. I was excited. Hey, I appreciate you trying, though, because I didn't even attempt, to be honest with you. I had one or two thoughts in my mind, but nonetheless, appreciate you trying there, Ball. Guess what? Enough fill-in from us, because we have the standings ready. I won't offer an update. I will provide an update for the standings of the JBL Quantum Cup in 10th through 6th. Here you have it. Kid Bokaj and Usurfin doing just enough to not get top 5 after a huge game 6. You hate to see it for them, but hey, kudos to them. Popping off in game number 6. We got Vino Young Rem. They won a game. Lanouf, really good job. Didn't get a victory royale, but still see some of them doing a really good job, getting 141.7 place overall. Queen and Dinster and Kurzo plus Pomp Apparat in 10th. But the time is here. Let's go ahead and roll in our 5th through 1st place here. Disciptos and Bad Sniper getting 5th with 157. They break into the top 5. Splash and Jam Soda only 1 point separating them with $3,000 in 4th. And of course, in 3rd place, it's Chicky and Trulex. They do just enough, despite not getting a top 3 finish there, to maintain. But look at that, boys. 3 points separates all those teams. That is crazy, Shio.
That is a difference of more than 2 points. That's just wild for 3rd all the way to 5th. And that's a difference of $3,000. Multiply that, add 3 zeros. It's crazy. I mean, Chicky, Trulex, two back-to-back wins. It gets them a 3rd. What do you need, Fallout, to get 2nd and 1st? Who are in those spots? Move that bus.
You better believe. You'll find out when we come back from this short break. Now, I'm just kidding. In 2nd place and winning this competition, Dual Media Snipe and MCES Mirza do it, the 1st place champions of the JBL Quantum Cup featuring Fortnite. Congratulations to Snipe and Mirza. They walk home with $15,000. And rounding out 2nd place is Jerky and Kinzel, doing it big with $10,000 themselves. The Slovenian and Croatian duo with a massive performance. 2nd place to them. But really, the story's all about Snipe and Mirza Ball. They perform so well.
Yeah, les francophones, the French-speaking players, they dominate. Honestly, I really like to watch the development of Snipe as a player back when he was playing with Blaster and Alpha as well. Now coming through with Mirza, I like this duo. I think there's a lot of spice to it. And honestly, I was very impressed with every single one of their games. That's not something you can normally say about a duo when they play through an entire 6-game tournament, but they did it.
Yeah, kudos to them. I want to also point out in 10th place, we actually had a tie. You got to give just a special shout out to Old Man Creator and Wave Houdini, who tied for 10th. We obviously didn't have enough room in that graphic, but Creator and Houdini did a really good job slaying out. I mean, they had a ton of high elans, performed very well, and they also tied for 10th alongside Kurzo and Pomp Apparat. So kudos to them as well. But you hit the nail on the head in terms of Snipe and Mirza's performance. What was it, Shio, that worked so well for them? I mean, if you had to kind of summarize their gameplay today, how would you summarize it?
Trust and not being hesitant at all in the face of adversity, right? Like Snipe from the start, from the get-go, knew exactly what he wanted to do and trusted that, Mirza could keep up with him at least at certain points, and definitely did when he needed the help. And then after that, Mirza trusts him to go for the clutch, get enough points. That came full circle all the way at the end. Snipe goes down. It's up to Mirza to make the hard decisions as a solo player, gets enough points to stay in the game. Both teammates just knowing that with each other and beside each other, no matter what happens, they'll have points, they'll have consistency, and hopefully VRs too in the coming tournaments that they're going to obviously and hopefully play with together with each other in.
Yeah, well said and well summarized. Congratulations again to them for the big finish here today. It's been a great day of competitive Fortnite action so far, because guess what? We got a North America broadcast coming up next and after this. But gentlemen, obviously we'll be seeing you, Shio, again. Bola, awesome to see you back casting Fortnite, and the king of Fortnite casting himself. Any final words, any final thoughts as you say goodbye?
No, man, just very happy to have done this, to watch what Snipe and Mirza just did, and impressed with how people are adapting to Chapter 3. I'm excited to see more of it.
And Shai would give you a chance to say final words, but something tells me you do something cheeky, like, here are my words, it was fun, or something of the like. But jokes aside, we got Shio in the next broadcast with Monster D-Face, so we get more of my man Shio's humor. Funniest caster in all of esports, by the way. I'll say that till I die. Big shout out to my man Shio Wager. We'll get him live on the broadcast of Monster, and a huge shout out to Bola TW. I'm Fallout on behalf of myself, our casters here today, Monster D-Face coming up, Phil, our producer, and the entire team. Thank you so much for tuning in so far, because guess what? We got the the North American broadcast around the corner. Take a break, get some food, relax a little bit, and get ready for some NA Fortnite for the JBL Quantum Cup, which is coming live in just a few hours. See you then.
When I'm in an important match, my JBL Quantum 1 headset delivers the three things that I need the most: sound precision, communication clarity, and total comfort. I can hear my enemies reload, planting the spike, their footsteps, and even more. Echo canceling, make sure you're heard loud and clear to rally the troops. Active noise canceling eliminates outside noise so that my team and I can keep our heads in the game. Premium memory foam ear cushions, perfect for intense gaming sessions. JBL Quantum 1, sound is survival.
never, baby.